she on her life. She told it. Mouth too slick, too slick, too slick. Hey, Jonesy in the morning. Got your lip, that's tip for me. Girl, it's giving ice. It's Jonesy in the morning. Jonesy in the morning. With shade and laughter. Shade and laughter me.
Back up. Play it again, Sam.
Hey, Jonesy. Yeah. Got your lip, that's tip for me.
Hey, Ryan Lane, let's get it.
Too real. It's Jonesy in the morning. It's Jonesy.
With the shade and the laughter me.
Come on, somebody, in your car, in the house, on the highway. Jonesy in the flyway. Turn your volume up, it's a party. We can do it again and again. Come on in, tell a friend to tell a friend. Let's get it moving like.
What up, Jonesy?
Hey, what a way to start a day. Go and say hi, she on her life. She told it. Mouth too slick, too slick, too slick.
I know that.
Jonesy in the morning. Got your lip, that's tip for me.
Girl, it's giving ice.
It's Jonesy in the morning.
Jonesy in the morning.
With shade and laughter. Shade and laughter me. Na.
Jonesy in the morning.
All right, so I had a question while I was saying, play it again, Sam. Why Sam got to get the orders? Like, why was Sam always like the slave? Here you go, that. Stop it. Then you discuss down in the back, talking about slavery and white folks. And I'm just saying, why Sam always got to do shit? Is that even? It doesn't look even to me, but you know what? Why Sam always got to do everything? Just like, who made up the one for the road? Me and Giddy was talking about that. You're not supposed to be drinking right before you get on the road. And why nobody said anything in all these years? Jonesy got to figure out everything for everybody. All right, you guys ready for the great reveal? Are you ready for the fish fry? Are you ready for the, I don't know if this is a fish fry. This might be a Motown review. What the heck? Who? Giddy. I can't see if there's real smoke coming out of that.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, whatever. Is that candy?
So, as we can see, I got him. But they don't blow smoke anymore. It's just candy.
Oh, that's stupid. What's the purpose? If our kids can't blow smoke as kids.
There goes the lawsuit.
Right. Too late. We're all 57 and 45. The hell? All right, let me do better framing here, maybe. I don't know.
And I sent you a message when you get a chance. Take a look at it. Hello, everybody. Good morning.
I just don't like this on the floor. But here's what I'm going to do for now. I love Ted Smooth for getting these backdrops for me. I absolutely do. But Ted would not even want me going through all of these things. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of the whole thing. And I'm going to get like my Pink Champ backdrop. I'm going to get this. And Queen's Flip said that this is giving old school, OG. Nobody does step and repeat backdrops anymore. He says, you're showing your age, which I'm proud to own my grown. But silently at night when I'm in the dark by myself, I'm like, huh? Am I looking crazy in these backdrop streams? So I'm going to take this down for good. Mine was too heavy. There are other materials now. And I'm too old. I'm too grown. Guys, because the sticky stuff up top stops working. And it looks uneven though. It looks like that side is higher for some reason. Let me see. No, that's it. Okay. This should be going up a little more. Because the other one, I'm not adding another thing to my plate. Do y'all know what happened to this? I haven't even been able to be in my own home because of the plumbing. Rental home, mind you. Because of the plumbing. I look like Peppermint Patty for real. Hello, sir. No, I look like Marcy. Wait. Who was the boy? That was the girl that was supposed to be the boy. Marcy, right? Peppermint Patty, too. They never said that, but we all knew. And then for Marcy to always refer to me as, good morning, sir. All right, so let's do we do our roll call or do we get our cousins from Instagram to come on over? I am Peppermint Patty.
Can peppermint get a little light?
Oh, it's not enough.
They look a little dark.
Is that better? Wait. This is where it usually sits. Is that better or no? Let me fix this one. Is that better? All right, now I need water. I'll be back. You supposed to have had all this, Jonesy. Be tired of messing with you. How can I have it when there's freaking construction footprints in my freaking house? What that got to do with anything we talking about right now? Because I'm annoyed. So I told y'all the whole reason why I even put the banner down is because I knew it was going to be strangers coming in and I don't need them knowing my business. That is not a flex. Wait, change the name of the show. Wait, I put Jonesy. And then
No, you had the other one. I fixed it. Don't worry about it.
I put Wild Out Wednesdays.
Oh no, that was not what I said. It said about the Kevin Hart.
I put Wild Out Wednesdays.
I know what you said you put. I'm just telling you what was there.
So I'm leaving. I'm going to the Wild Out Wednesday page. If I knew how to get there, I would. What is this? What in the Ron P don't love us no more. Ron P worked for 3 years for free, so he owes me nothing. So you didn't come on yesterday. I got to watch the movie Send Help. Che Bella, don't start. That's exactly what one is supposed to do when the show is dark. Do your extra credit homework. Everybody applaud Che Bella. Far Rock's finest. Che Bella. Please. Getting Lady in Flight worked up this morning, and you don't want to do that because she will have you escorted off the plane. Yes, she will. She said, don't forget to hit the like button. So again, I apologize. I wasn't in my home in this rental home yesterday because the day before, the plumber that she hired to come, because I guess because she's Asian, she wanted someone of her kind that she could trust. Why he wound up calling the real plumber. I went outside. I see a truck has pulled up because remember, this guy, he didn't even have a ladder. He wound up borrowing my ladder and leaving all this muckety muck on it. I go outside. He didn't call another plumber. After 8 hours of toiling trouble, he couldn't figure it out. So the other truck, he got a guy at the end of the block with a hose feeding it to him into my backyard. It's like a corner lot. So it's side yard, backyard, whatever, only to find out that there are roots. Roots. So no matter what, after a certain amount of time, it's always going to clog up because the roots. So now I started remembering the very first time the toilet got clogged and I called the plumber. She said, it's not roots, is it? And I was like, what? Roots? Alex Haley's roots? Like what? And I said, oh, it wasn't roots. It was just a clog. And she said, okay, now the truth comes out. She knew there was roots, and supposedly 3 years ago, she had someone come and start the work, but they didn't finish. And guess what? Now I'm the one in the hot potato seat. Now it's happening to me. So exactly, Juwan. Let me do the roll call so I can acknowledge all of you lovelies, all of my grunsies. Somebody made a donation already. Thank you. Miss C is number one. Good morning, Miss C. Hi, Kim from Harlem. Our lovely moderator, Tim Brown. 2991 Smiley. Anita G is up there. Chop Girl, Be True, and Emily B. Big R, good morning, Big Brown Eyes. Al, good morning, Ms. Kamika, Moski, Nikki Blue, Authentically Lola. Good morning, Authentically Lola. Big John, Lady in Flight, that said, make sure you like. See, my nail popped off. Nicole Perry, good morning. Disco Nika, Marcus Martin, Live Love, good morning, Mimi Chase. Amazon Mom, Garcelle is here. Jodeci, come and talk to me is here. Grayson started a new job. Remember, he told us that he would be MIA for a minute. So let him get his, look. Grayson got his life. Tarsha got to get her. Hi, Reggie. And hi, Nancy. Ulysses is here. Jean Bea. Charlie, I am. Good morning, everybody. I love that you're here. AO is here. Joe Langley's back. And Rhonda Walker, of course. I don't see Tracy, but we're going to get the show on the road anyway. Good morning, lovely. So, yeah, so that was the day before. And it was too much because as much as the other house is cute, it's only a 1-bedroom. It only like basic. And thank you, Giddy, for helping me get it as much. I'm glad that I had it. I'm glad that I had it to go to because the house was smelling like sewer because they were out there. They were near the manhole in the middle of the street. And they were like, maybe this is the city's problem, the township's problem. I don't know. But then they all left. The freaking, did I take the pictures with this phone? It's disgusting. I'm going to show you. Left a mess. And you wouldn't have done this to other people. You would have had a cleaning facility. And I know this is petty. You see the footprint? Like, how you not covering your motherfucking feet with them feet things? And look, but they left behind the toilet. Do you see how nasty that is? And the other side, nasty. Who could use that? Who's using that? I didn't even take a picture of the cabinets, but they closed up the wall and the ceiling, so I understand this is dirt and mud from wherever. So I'm going to get the clean lady and take care of what got to be taken care of. They dropped all types of cement in the toilet, all the... But nobody wants to be around that. And it got on my nerves. And hi, Mo James. Hi, Kiana. And then when I was down there, hi, B Stu. She texted and was like, can you be at the house between... No, I gave you my Friday. I gave you my Monday. I gave my best. I gave my all. I have nothing left to give. So I said, hire a property manager, which is... Hold on. Like, why I gotta tell you all these things? Hire a property manager. Or you come down here and you miss your work and all the things. Or you get the, hi, I'm Nikki, your property manager. How can I help you today? Right? Hey, me. I'll manage the property. Hell, I'm already here. I'm Nikki. Stupid. Right? I like to switch out the wigs. As Envy told the world, I'll be what I need to be. But I am not doing it for free. Speaking of which, there'll be no Comedy in Harlem tomorrow. And I'm not mad. I don't care. I don't take shit like that personally. I do things like that to engage with y'all because I really fuck with y'all. But if y'all don't want to be inside or y'all don't want to fuck with me or whatever, I don't take it personally. But it won't be happening. So focus on June 9th, coming out to the Queens Public Library. Thank you, Giddy. Come out to the Queens Public Library so she can show them that at least she could fill a library. As I embark upon my first speaking engagement. Who better to explain the pivot and how to reinvent at a later age than me, than moi. Philly Chica's in here. So thank you, Mimi Chase, for the lunch donation. Right. How do you leave someone's house like that and not clean it up after doing the work? Right. And don't say, oh, well, the house is a mess anyway. It's not a mess. It's organized confusion and it was not dirty. That's when it's going to become contentious with the rent. Hi, Thames. Yeah. Lady in Flight, thank you for the donation. You said donation for more hair. Child, I'll be what you need to be. Thank you for liking the t-shirt. The attire for the Queen's Library is casual. Jeans, t-shirt. Do you see the t-shirt? Some of you that used to rock with me pre-block, remember these shirts. I got one that says Miss Jones, Patty, Aretha, and Gladys. If you don't prop up yourself. And right now, where's the lie? Where is the lie? I am the most relevant of all of these right now. Please believe. Hashtag R&B Divas New York. Hashtag Pink Champs. Oh, the link doesn't work.
I just posted it again on the chat.
Thank you, Jonesy. So let's talk about the Knicks. Somebody call in and talk about the Knicks because Ron P, he's probably on an island somewhere. I'll try to invite him up because I didn't see the game. Shout out to all the coaches that came to see the students, the football players at RBC, Red Bank Catholic High School yesterday. They came near and far. Some came as far as Syracuse was there. Hobart was there. East Stroudsburg was there. Rhode Island was there again. Temple was there. Fordham was there. New Hampshire was there. So shout out to all the coaches and the students. The students that are dedicating out in that fucking sun yesterday. Shout out to any student that was out in that sun with equipment on or even running. I said to the bleacher, I'll tell you what you're not going to do. As I put the blanket down, you won't burn the back of these thighs. No, you won't. P. Let's see if he comes on. So did the Knicks do a 22-point Uno reverse? Is that what I'm getting? I heard something about 22 points. I heard a press conference in my sleep. Something about the coach didn't know if they were going to bring it back, and they did. So finally, the Knicks got their groove. I love to hear it. I'm still Sixers, and I got to die with on that hill. Okay, Giddy has video.
It's in the floater, gets it a go. But it's a 20-point lead for Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell has been one of the great playoff scorers in NBA history.
Hey Google, what's the fastest way to the pier?
Yes, the slides when we were younger, burning our legs.
I'm just earned 5
running to be the
back
first
on
one
that.
down
Also,
the
if I
slide. Joke was on us. Y'all remember we were always running to be the first on the monkey bars, first on the slide, and first on the seesaw.
Off an air ball, out of bounds, Knicks ball. And the Garden has come alive.
Come join us. You're missing the show. We're at YouTube at Pink Champs the Show.
Brunson looking up top. Anunoby fakes. Anunoby drives.
Carl Anthony Towns with
Mello. Come on, join us over here.
Knocked out of bounds. Knicks ball with a minute remaining. Knicks were down by 22 with 7.5 to play. Anunoby floats it over to Shamet. Shamet a three-pointer.
Let's go, New York Knicks.
It's good. Tie game with 44 seconds to
Just about
go.
to make another record.
What a bounce for Shamet.
Remember that
Bedlam
song?
here at the Garden.
My New York Knicks. My New York Knicks. My New York
Harden
Knicks.
pulls up jumper. Got it.
Knicks.
James Harden with a huge bucket.
That was a
Back
huge
to a 2-point
no
lead. 26 seconds remaining.
Don't want to give up a three.
Come on over.
Brunson with Harden on him. Brunson on the drive. The floater bank shot. It's good. Tie game again with 19 seconds remaining. No timeouts right now called by Kenny Atkinson. Both teams have multiple timeouts.
This is a very
Any foul is a penalty. Mitchell to Harden.
Winning.
Shot clock is turned off.
Winning.
Merrill, three-pointer. In and out. That
Nice
one's
try,
halfway
boy.
down. Bridges
Morning.
fires away.
Hi,
Won't
Natalie.
go when we go to overtime. Picks up Brunson.
Miss C, they might win the championship. Can you guys come over to YouTube at Pink Champs the show?
So the outcome of that game was in overtime. The Knicks won 115 to 104 after they tied it at the last minute.
Oh, wow. Wow.
It was apparently a good game. Aiden knew about it more than me.
That's dope. That's dope. I was looking at something.
I really only get along with a specific type of woman because I'm too bougie for the ghetto girls, but I'm too ghetto for the bougie girls. So like that hybrid, that in between, that's my tribe.
I love that. That's Sunshine Anderson.
I really only get along with a specific type of woman.
So we I don't want no bandwagoners. I don't need nobody getting on our Nick train on our Nick train that was cheering for the Lakers, that was cheering for the Sixers. We don't need no bandwagoners. Get off. Who has been a Nick fan from like the giddy up? Hey, LA Honeybee. Hi, Judge Righteously. Oh, yeah, back to that. You can't be first on that slide. You can't be, but why not? Let them get their legs burned. Because all we know is running, ripping, running all the way through the baseball field to get to the swing. And it was only 5 swings because the other 5 is broken. How about that? And even then, they found a way to climb on the broken swing and get momentum with that shit like a caveman swing. Crazy. Get down, it's dangerous. Then why not fix it? Don't tell me to get down, do your fucking job and fix it. Or call the swing man to fix it. Run into the slide, boy. I said, not me. Yesterday, I saw that bleacher. I went right in my trunk, the trunk that has it all. Trunks are us. That's me. And got a blanket. The swing burned your legs, the sliding board, the seesaw, and the monkey bars burned your hands. And if you were a body monkey barer where you would swing and let your legs or you would sit on them, you get burned. So now when you have those 3rd-degree burns coming through your pantyhose, you remember it well. So guys, give us some grace. And when we see the calluses and the burns on your hands, we'll know. Hi, Nick Music. Hi, Voya Blue. Yes, Eric, the game was real good. I like to see games like that. All right. I love this. I'm all the way Lakers. That's right, Big John. Spike Lee is living. I'm sure of it. Skin burns and dirty hands at the Johnny Pump. Cupping the water. You just got finished playing Skelsies. You just got finished playing hopscotch. And you know you picked up a broken piece of glass, that broken glass, some green, I can't remember the name of the green beer in the green bottle. Or the old bottle that was broken.
Heineken?
No. Is it St. Ides? I think it's St. Ides. But anyway, Michelob, found you a nice piece of glass to play hopscotch. And then when y'all got tired, you went to the Johnny Pump. Yeah, what else?
Glass for hopscotch. I'm lost. What you need the glass for?
To throw on the box. Throw on 1 and hop on 2, 3, 4,
glass?
5, 6.
Wow.
What else you did?
That must have been a Queens thing.
We just was looking for. All right, so how did your girls play?
I don't even recall what happened. I don't
Ladies,
even recall.
how did yeah, because you shouldn't have been hopscotch. How you hopping? You should have been hopscotching. Ladies, how did y'all play hopscotch? What did y'all use to throw? Because a rock gonna roll. Glass lands. And I don't know why. I don't even know how we got on this topic. But go Knicks. Shay Bella said yes. Yup. Or they wrapped the swing over the top pole. Yup. Absolutely, Shy Boy. Gotta look back, make sure your skin not on that slide. Yup. It be first thing in the morning, you be running. The first day of school being out, you up early because you already on that time. And you running trying to get that first swing. And I know when your ass about to be burned and on fire. Kim, that means that house was, the kids had to mind their business and don't be too happy for either or, right? That's right. If you are born and raised New Yorker, you are a Knicks fan, nah? I'm a New York fan. Mimi said they use rocks. Remember playing Skelly with bottle caps? Yes, that's where I was going. So the boys was playing Skelsy. And then when you got tired, you went to the Johnny Pump and you cupped your hands to drink water. I mean, you could put your mouth down on it, put it in it, get down on it, all the things, pause, yeah, all the 12-year-old things. But for the most part, that's what it was. Best childhood ever. Hands dirty. We use chalk for hopscotch now. Huh. Yeah, something to give it some weight. The bottle cap with gum to give it some weight for the Skelly. Or you can melt crayon for the wax. See how genius we were? Even back then, little boys figured it out. So Max B is back talking shit about Daddy Kane. You know what happened? He saw how much traction he got, and now he wants to keep it going. But I'm sure he probably made a behind-the-scenes phone call. That's just so corny. You don't get no points for coming at Kane. Kane just wants to entertain. Kane is not in that Valentine L. Valentine L. Judge righteously. Thank you. Valentine. The green glass. We used a rock or a piece of chalk. Good old days. Good old days, Gronesies, Jonesies. I'm glad I shared them with you. Yep, all this before bottled water was a thing. And I wonder if glass in the Bronx, we use rocks. Yeah, but rocks roll. But look, the point is, and someone should create this. Someone should create, if the kids even still do hopscotch, a scotch. Someone should create a scotch. People would buy it. It has to be properly weighted. I don't know what it's made of, but maybe it's dried up something that piece of clay. And it has to have some sort of like grid, a grip on the bottom. So when you throw it, it lands. Because if it lands on the line when you throw it, you're out. Or you got to move to the side, let the next person go. I recall that being part of the game. And maybe that was something that we added to it. I don't know. But again, creative, adding shit. And then they go and box it, patent it, and make money off. Here I go again. Let me stop with my rant. I have pledged to Giddy that I'm going to be rant-free. Not to be confused with rent-free. Rant-free. Let's see how long this lasts. So the LIRR strike didn't last long. Glad we didn't waste time talking about it here on Jonesy. Applaud me. I didn't put no dirt on my hands coming down the slide, Ulysses. But definitely we were outside all day. And you was not coming in and out that house. You come in more than two times, now you staying in. Because you letting my cold air out and you bringing in the outside germs. And you bringing friends. Stop bringing people with you. And I'll be like, hold on, y'all got to wait in the hallway. Mom, got to use the bathroom. Going right back out. And then she just look and roll her eyes. Don't forget to lock the door because I'm not getting up. I'm not getting up after you. Don't keep coming in and out. And don't be offering people to stay for dinner. Don't be offering myself. You want something to drink? You want something to eat? And some mothers would would actually snatch the damn bag back of me and don't be offering my shit. Get outside. Yup. They didn't care. They didn't care if they crushed the kid's soul. They'd be like, get the hell off my thing. Get your ass outside. After you didn't offer, and then you and your friend giggle and run back out the house. I will create it and patent it. What fun is that, you being rent free? I know, Missy, but hi, Pixie Diva. My friend, I was talking to my kids saying it's too hot to go outside. I was like, we didn't even know what that meant. We love playing outside. Water fountains outside. We drink and play some more. Yup. And made back and forth to the trips to the store. For nothing. For nothing. I will hold on to my money till Mr. Softy came. Definitely innovators. Definitely that. So, people, if there's a discrepancy with merch that you ordered and didn't receive, just email me at Book and Jonesy, and we'll deal with that to the side. You know, I don't have no problem reimbursing. I'd rather do that than have anybody mad or thinking I'm trying to pull a fast one. Trust me, when a fast one's being pulled, you will never know. I am that good. So just email me. Get out of my refrigerator with them nasty hands. Yup. And what is the smell of outside? Like, what is that? Does everybody's outside smell the same? It does, because when my kids would come in from outside, I'd be like, don't sit on my bed. You smell like outside. I'd bottle that and make that a fragrance. But it's not nice. It smells like greenery. Like, I don't know what that fucking smell is. And if you're not outside in the trees, why do you come in the house smelling like it? Right. Voya Blue said, my whole entire childhood was, and don't be. Fill in that sentence, y'all. And don't be. Go. I'm going to post them and read them out loud. Hi, Denise. You letting the cold out. Close my refrigerator. Know what you want before you open it. Don't be standing there. Why? It has refrigerant. It has Freon. It's going to get cold again when I close it. Just to be grumpy. I think our parents just needed something to complain about, and they couldn't complain to their bosses. So we got the abuse. Grass, air, and must. That is outside. The must, the grass, and the air. The city pollution. Hi, Debbie. We talking about what was outside. What was the smell of outside? Running in and out the house. Yes, and the hot cement. It was must. Does outside of New York smell like outside in New York? Get out of here, Donnie. And don't be what? What you tell your kids? And don't be talking my business. What you heard in here. My mother used to say, what happens in 5G stays in 5G. till her daughter got a book deal. All bets were the fuck off. Don't be slamming my damn door. That's a good one. Get a sound effect out the media assets. Hey, this is hip hop. Nah, our parents didn't know. Didn't know a lot and just made up stuff like that. They heard it from their parents. I agree. Grass, cuts, and red Kool-Aid. That's outside. Icy, that made the sticky hands. Pumpkin seeds or sunflower seeds, that had to contribute to the outside smell. And don't be opening up my door to nobody. Tell that to my ex-husband, opening up the door to the welfare. Like, what is wrong with you? And don't be falling asleep during service. That was miserable for me as an adult. I'm watching my kids sleep. I'm putting their heads in my lap like, yup, this shit is boring as hell. And do we really know hell to be boring? I could imagine if all the bad people are down there, aren't they like raising hell or raising the roof in hell, like acting up and carrying on? So why do we say boring as hell? And don't talk back when I'm talking. Right. Everything made the light bill go up. And we didn't even have a bill because we was in the projects. Everything was paid for. But you didn't talk back. You ain't talk back. Remember when the heat made the house so hot that the sweat would start running down the walls and it'd be streaks in the paint? And don't be letting Nikki use you for your iced tea. Yup. No. Like a ding. Don't have your school call me for no reason. I tell Chad, if the white lady called me today, I'm fucking you all the way up. Like to this day. Even yesterday, I said, by the way, the white lady emailed me. Which one? What'd she say? Nigga, what you do? What you do? What you do on Friday? Ooh, the white lady called? He really be stuck in a... The white man call? What'd he say? We let the white people call me. And don't be a smoker because now it's staining the walls. Does it? It probably did back then, maybe. Debbie, you remember. But there was a house. There was always one house per floor or one house in a building where you could go in and out all day. And there's always music playing. And there's always a lot of fun going on. And you wish that could be your mother. And you'd be like, why my mother can't be cool like your mother? And I would have to say in our building, that was Miss Mary. Right, Debbie? 3B. To this day, even though she just passed away. And now on my floor is Miss Eunice. Miss Eunice used to have, she was the first person I saw with gifts that was the height of the tree. And I came in the house mad because we still had a tabletop Christmas tree. Miss Eunice had a regular 5-foot, 6-foot tree, but back then that was like everything, right? And then she would have gifts all the way up there. And I told my mother, let me give y'all Alice Bay. Let me give y'all Alice with a Y. I said, Mom, Miss Eunice don't work, and they got presents all the way up to the top of the tree. And she said, girl, don't come to me with that bullshit. Eunice knows she wrapping training bras. She wrapping paper. She said, don't come to me with that bullshit. Eunice wrapping everything. For all we know, Eunice wrapping paper and throwing up under that tree to make it look full. Shit. And then come to find out, it was training bras. It was a pair of socks. It was shit that wasn't even supposed to be. Just to say we got shit up on the... Yup. And then my mother threw a little more hate and gave him a sad. Because you know she been in that Christmas club since June. I said, what's a Christmas club? Well, you put a little to the side each month and they hold it for you. So then when it's time to go shopping, you ain't got to worry because the money's right there. Well, why don't you do the foot? In my mouth, don't fucking question me, goddammit. But you had to know it was going to lead to me asking why you don't do the Christmas club. Did anybody parents ever do the Christmas club? I forget what it was called. Wee's baby said it's the real pull. Oh, I heard you still throwing hallway parties. She is. She is. She got a fake fireplace. Back then, it was all cardboard and paper. Now she probably puts the real battery operated fireplace that you can get from Odd-Lot or whatever. She probably put that shit in the hallway. As soon as you open that elevator door, it's popping with every... She started doing her door. Then I started doing my door. Then my next door neighbor, Shirley, who I bumped into at the sing-along out in Long Island, Mother's Day weekend. Haven't seen her in over 30 years. Didn't even recognize her. Hey, Shirley, hey. She started doing her door. All the kids of the adults that was like, if you don't get we ain't got no goddamn extra wrapping paper for a motherfucking door out of my face. All us kids was like, we gonna do it. We gonna get it. We decorated our doors. And after we put the wrapping paper up, you would take the thick bow stuff and go down and go across and come up the bottom of the door in the middle and put a big fluffy bow to make it look like your door was a present. Mm-hmm. We had that floor. See, the third floor, even though they had the music and the excitement and you could go in and out of Miss Mary's house, all the neighbors was not subscribing to all of that decorating the door shit. Miss Judy did, Miss Mary did, and I think, who's over there? 3C and 3D. One of them did in the corner, but it wasn't. You could go to Astoria today. Bus stop building, 5th floor, 5A is the business. That's Miss Eunice's house. Why did I just give your whole thing? And you still live there. Sorry. Got a little excited. Oh, a Susu. Never know Missy, because she did have a boyfriend. Actually, she had a boyfriend and wound up moving out into his apartment in Ravenswood. I'm not going to go into but the wife and all the, I'm not getting into all of that. Let these women have their business. John, don't be calling me from... You going to jail? Oh, can I tell y'all what happened? In the midst of all of the plumbing and so they found it was roots. The man said the man that was here had to call the real plumber who came and he said, I flushed it out, but don't use toilet paper. Don't put toilet paper down your toilet. I said, excuse me? And he said, because eventually it's going to get stuck on the root. He said, I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow, if it's going to be next month, next year, but the roots ain't going nowhere. So the tissue can't get past the roots and it's just going to back up like it did. So while I'm dealing with that catastrophe, Jalen calls. Remember his roommate allegedly jumped on his other roommate and choked him out. And then that roommate allegedly beat him up, and then the choker wound up with tears in his eyes, ran to his room, and then the choked roommate called the cops, the Arizona cops, and they arrested him. And then they asked the roommate, was his airway ever obstructed during the choke out? He didn't know why they were asking the question, and he said, yeah. And they said, now it's attempted murder. So the roommate's mother is a lawyer, a civil lawyer, civil service lawyer, whatever. Right? The Christmas Club. Mimi, so you're familiar. Okay. Yup. And layaway. Yup. A Susu. I think it was a Christmas Club, as I recall. I got the November 1st payout every year. I love it. I love it, Mandy. 80-year-old aunt still does a Christmas club and uses it. There's something to it. And if you know yourself, your habits, find yourself I don't know about the Sousa. It depends on who's running it. Because some shits automatically be caving when it's my time to get paid. But, so, the lawyer was, hi, set in stone. Did you get your late pass? Make sure you yeah, no toilet paper. My family lived in 424 in the Story Project. Who's your family, Tony Blue? Tony Blue, who's your family? Tyrone, yup. And then on the hill, they used to be heavy with the decorating. Y'all probably still got tenant patrol. With my fake cigarette. Y'all probably still got tenant patrol. Why her name was Miss Sanders is very funny. All right, so let me finish telling you the story. So you got to pour a root killer in your line. So it's funny that you say that. It's funny that you say that. I'm going to tell you why. Because how about she sent me this? This is Root Killer and the link to it. And she said, good evening, Tasha. Someone recommend this product which can kill the roots and dissolve it. Just ordered one. Please see video below showing how to apply. I'm not doing that. You do it. Should I go get the property manager? Let me go get your property manager and let's have a discussion with her. Because all I'm paying you to be up here with this high ash rent, why should I, the tenant, have to be the one responsible and held to task to do the job of, hi, I'm Nikki. I'm your property manager. How can I help you? Well, Nikki. Wait, now I got to put the other book back on. Wait, this is stupid. Why are we doing this? And why y'all make me do this? I'm going to have the long conversation, and then Nikki's going to finish out the scene. Well, what happened? Look, she looked like fucking Nikki. What happened is the lines have been clogged. They found that it's roots, and we have to get to the bottom of it. And I'm the tenant, so of course I should not be responsible for adding root killer, however long, for whatever the time is. So I'm going to need you, if you're going to take this job, a property manager, to handle the handle. Is this something you can take on? And then, y'all are ridiculous. You make me sick, and there's not even enough people in here. What the hell? That's what I'm here for. Sure, I don't have a problem with that. So you just give me a list of times, your availability, and I'll come and pour the root killer. Deal? All right, I'm going to assume that after Jonesy says deal, that Nikki's going to say deal. See you soon. The hell? Applaud me. It's 90 degrees outside. I'm working for it. Shit. And fixing these wigs is not an easy thing to do. So, we just hired a property manager. We just hired us a property manager, people. Because I got tired. So silly. Ouch. So I'm going to try that. She sent that. I'm going to try. Denise said, thanks for the last. Yeah, man. It's all in a day's work. Yeah. Yes. Like I'm supposed to do all the, no, you do it. It's very easy. Just pour it in the toilet and flush. Not only do she not flush for others, but I might need you to bring an ass wiper for all I'm paying for rent. Shoot. Pour a half pound each time and flush. So in total, 4 flushes. Use it before you go to bed so it will have several hours sinking in the pipe. She said, see video below showing how to apply it. It's very easy. Just pour it in the toilet and flush, and there are something need to pay attention. How you typing like you talk? And there are something need to pay attention. How you type like you talk? Hi, Toy. Good morning. You're missing the excitement. New wig loading, yes. two there. Hey, Plummet. Amazon mom want to know. Shy boy, how you typing? It's one thing when you talk it, but you know that's not how the sentence is structured. And yet, but perfect score on the SATs. Let me mind my business and shut my mouth and get to Flushing, right? And most of them live in Flushing, Queens. How ironic is that? Did y'all talk about Clarence getting banned? No, Mo James. And Giddy stepped away. When he gets back, we got a Nikita. Yup, way too much. Way too much. She didn't like yesterday when I was like, nope, not there, won't be there. Far away, not trying to get there. So she had to bring herself up here. Now take time out of your day. I'm a landlord and I'm supposed to handle anything like that. She is too. She is too. So we're going to have to figure out the nice way to say, I know that because I'm living in here and you live like an hour and a half away, it's more convenient. And plus you can't have somebody come in here like every time the toilet flushes to just like a magic flusher, like kazoo, just pops up and pours the shit down the drain. I get it, but like, what's the realistic alternative? I mean, the balance. Basically, how much you taking off the rent? Basically. And as far as she already agreed to the cleaning lady, she was like, I'll get you a cleaning lady now and one again after they finish. Are you getting it? Or are you telling me to get it and you reimburse? You want to take it out the rent? Because how y'all assume people got cleaning lady money right now? You want to have them put it closest to the main line. Yeah, that's why she said the first floor toilet. She ain't doing shit. That means I'm going to have to come down and keep doing, again. She about to lose it all over Love and Pap. Can you find the article of Clarissa Shields getting banned? I saw her going in on another fighter, another boxer. And she was like, wait, girl, I'll beat your ass. And then the girl said, I'll beat your ass. She said, you ain't never beat ass. You don't beat ass. I thought that was funny. Don't watch the TV or lightning will strike the house. My grandma always told. Oh my gosh. Hit sirens for the grammar police. Hi, Trinero. MC Search is in the building. Giddy, that's your man's and them. Are you going to the reunion on the 6th, Search? You want to come up?
He's coming up. He has a link. He's coming up.
That's Giddy friend. Look, we went to school together and now Giddy stole my friend. Giddy stole my friend, y'all.
Get out the way. I want to get in there.
No.
World star.
Not right now.
I'll referee. I'm calling her to get a referee.
I can't see it a lot, but I like what you say. You don't whip no ass, Alicia. You don't whip no ass. You don't whip no ass, Alicia. I need that sound bite. So every time somebody say something crazy, I can go, you don't whip no ass, Alicia. You don't whip no ass.
But MVP put out a statement that they have a zero tolerance for athletes, as they call them.
We send the link, Giddy.
Okay. They have a zero tolerance for athletes attacking each other during events like that. They said fighting should be on the stage. So they banned her indefinitely.
She'll find a place to fight. Somebody will take it. That's their loss. They better change their rules because they be with the shit until it's not benefiting them. So if you have been able to promote that little smack up or promote the pre-match scrap and benefit from it, then she wouldn't be banned. But because you didn't have cameras there or you weren't involved, now you banning? How you banning? Okay, it don't matter. It don't matter. So once again, Comedy in Harlem is canceled for tomorrow. We'll be back next month with the official part 2 of the Kevin Hart roast, where all we're going to do is talk shit about white people. The dead white people that don't have nothing to do with Kevin Hart, just like they did in the first Kevin Hart roast. If Pap looked calm and relaxed, that means he's eating edibles to deal with her ass. Or that he's used to that. MVP is Jake Paul's promotion. We don't care about that band. Is that? Oh, please. Thank you for clarifying that. Oh, please. You little fake man. Hi, better. You're not. Because we don't care. People got to be subscribed into your shit for everybody to be like, yeah, we're canceling them. Don't nobody give a fuck. Keep on. Where'd he go? There he is. The legend, the icon, my friend.
Shut up.
And Giddy stole him from me.
No, you know what? You're starting this whole day with fucking cap. You should be named New Era. Your name should now be New Era. So much cap you're running right now. It's crazy. What's coming out your mouth is just insanity right now.
You stole my...
That is such cap. This cap is brought to you by New Era. Hi, the Jonesy show. Cap is brought to you by 47.
Yeah, absolutely.
I stole your friend. Stop. No, so to answer your question,
Giddy stole you.
That's not accurate. It's so far from the truth. Let me, for all of you who care, all 7 of you, hi.
Shut up.
I just want to just say that last year, Third Base did a show at Beat Stock in Jersey. And we had also started this thing called Search Merch. And I thought it'd be dope to have this experience where all of our original Basehead fans came in and we had a place. And Jonesy told me about this great spot called Akko Fine Cuisine in Orange, New Jersey. We sat down. She asked some very compelling questions. A lot of fans paid a lot of money to be there. But here's the thing about Giddy that I didn't tell you, Jonesy. He was so impressive as a DJ. Now, my brother for 1,000 years, my daughter's godfather, DJ Eclipse, went up to him. And mind you, Eclipse is a DJ the way sommeliers are the wine. Does that make sense? Eclipse is a DJ's DJ. He studies patterns, flows, everything. Walks up to Giddy and says pretty much verbatim, because it was a year ago and I am 1,000, so the memory is So he said to Giddy, pretty much verbatim, that playlist is exactly what I would have played for an event like this. That was perfect. And I was like, damn, I need to be cool with that dude. So shout out to DJ Giddy, who you introduced me to, by the way.
No,
rude.
That's why I'm just playing.
Rude.
I'm joking.
Rude. So am I, by the way. I'm being my sarcastic self from Queens.
That just goes to show how much.
Queens, shout out to Ron Lawrence. All right, sorry. Anyway,
yeah, and Shay Bella, who's from Far Rock, she's in the chat every morning.
Till the breathing stop and the casket drop. Sorry. Hello, Jonesy.
Hello, my love. How are
I
you?
love you. First things first, I love you.
I love you back.
I don't know. I'm probably not going to my reunion. And I don't know why, because I think that I didn't know about it, one. I have to be in that part of the world because I'm building for the 17 people in here that actually care. I'm building a graffiti museum in Trenton called the American Graffiti Museum. So from June 8th through the 13th, we're bringing in 20 of the most legendary graffiti artists from around the world to beautify downtown Trenton.
That's
So we're
dope.
basically doing huge pieces for the groundbreaking. And shout out to the new governor, shout out to my man Akeem Cunningham, shout out to Ross Baraka, everybody who got involved.
Question.
Capital races going on now, but so we're bringing all these people in and we're having a party on the 13th. Yes, you're invited.
No.
Rude.
Thank you. No, I have a question, and of course I have
have
ADD, and I'll forget it. Are
Okay, I'm
any
sorry.
of the first of all, congratulations to Ross Baraka and Do It All, who won their election again this week. So we get 4 more years of them. And secondly, did you come across any graffiti artists from that area?
Of course, and they were all involved. The whole thing about the American Graffiti Museum being in Trenton, because most haters, I mean New Yorkers, like to say to me, well, why wouldn't you do it in New York since that's the birthplace of graffiti? So here's a little information, world premiere. It really should be like a giddy sound effect for this information right now. So most people don't know about this. What?
He'll find one.
Okay. So the very first tag, again, graffiti artists very much like hip hop, very much like DJs. There's not a written history, right? It's still an oral history. But Cornbread, a writer from Philly, supposedly, and we were going to say supposedly because we believe it's fact, caught the first tag on a freight train in the yards of Trenton. So supposedly most graffiti historians believe that that was the very first tag ever on a train. Tracy 168, your old boyfriend from back in the day, by the way, he caught the first train on a subway. That's Cap, by the way. I just said Cap. Tracy 168 from the Bronx. Oh, good. Thank you, Giddy. Thank you. Love you, by the way. You are my friend, Giddy. Tracy 168 was the first person to ever tag on a building, tag on the side of a subway platform. But Cornbread is the first person to ever catch a tag on a train. That's why we felt, A, we should put it there. B, we own the property. So it's a permanent fixture in downtown Trenton.
Nice.
So we're very excited about it. So I'll be up there probably the 12th and the 13th for those events of June. Yeah, so I'm going to miss the reunion. Very disappointed. By the way, wasn't invited. So
well, I don't think it was your class. I think your classes was last year. My class is this year, but I'm not going either. And it's June 6th. So you very well.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Please, baby.
No,
Please. You sat next to me in graduation.
No, we're not the same year. We're not the same year.
I'm almost using the government right now. Let me just remind you of an event that happened at graduation. Rude. When the Barons of Colorado gave out the $50,000 scholarship, you thought it was my family. You turned to me in graduation and was like, is that you? I said, no.
That wasn't me. I'm the one that thought your mom.
Do you really want me to throw out to government right now?
Gave you the car with the bow on it.
No, first of all, there was no. You always say there was a bow on the car. There was no bow on the car. I pulled up late to graduation. There was no bow. It was my mother's white Grand Prix, which was fly. That was the only way I got rhythm from you baddies back in the day. I pushed a fly-ass T-top 85 Grand Prix. That was my mother's.
We had standards.
You had very high standards.
And
let's be very clear.
And you came to the table. So
if you didn't have a full tank of gas and money for Dallas Jones BBQ, next.
Yeah, BBQs with the big fishbowl drinks.
If you wasn't getting at least a tongue down for the big drink, then you were not really gaming properly in the day.
That's a good.
By the way, I found a picture of us in the lunchroom, me, you, Diamond Jim, and I had my usual face on. I was like this. Because I was so enamored. I couldn't believe I was there. Like it's still, regardless, and I get a lot, I get a lot of heat for this, but it's just fact. Birth of my children, all of that, wonderful. Third base, wonderful, wonderful.
MC Search is here, by the way. For those
Yeah,
of y'all.
hi, I'm MC Search, the other white meat, aka Miguelito Blanquito during the Puerto Rican Day Parade. I want to just say, and it's foul. I understand what I'm gonna say is extremely foul, but it's fact. Music and art high school were the greatest 4 years of my life. Period. End of conversation. And I stand on business. Like I know that's fucked up to say. Like, oh, the children. Oh, no.
Kids are a blessing. We always say that. Kids are a blessing, so now you're covered, right? But the best years of our life.
4 years of my life. I mean, I was a fan of the Kango crew. All of y'all are not 1,000 years old in this chat, right? I'm 1,000. She's still 26 years old. Can't see anything. I'm blind. Music and art high school, right? Like, okay, so when I was a young man, back in the day when we had to push our cars, there was no engines. Me and my boys, shout out to my man Lord Duquan, shout out to my man Stand in Math. We used to listen to these 4th and 5th generation cassette tapes. Giddy knows what I'm talking about because Giddy's 1,000. 4th, 5th generation tapes in Prospect Park, Brooklyn, of a group called the Kango Crew. And it sounded like the teacher from fucking Peanuts, a video. But we would listen like this.
Omega,
all up on
Dana Dane, Slick Rick, and Lance.
Lance Romance. Exactly right. These kids, we listened to Hillbilly Girl, Indian Girl, Lottie Dottie. Those were skits that the Kango Crew did. I walk into music and our first day, meet Stephen Bosco, may rest in peace. He's my big brother to walk around freshmen, because every time you had a freshman, you had a big brother, big sister program. He walks me around also because I was white with a Jew fro, so I think he was a little afraid for me, right? So he walks me into the lunchroom. There's a cipher going on, people beatboxing, doing all of this, and there's 4 dudes, furry Kangos, matching Latigras, striped Lees, matching Wallies, doing Hillbilly Girl. So, of course, me being the white Jew fro bar mitzvah boy from Far Rockaway, Queens, I want to impress Stephen Bosco because I know what that is. So I said, yo, Stephen, that's the Kango Crew. They doing the Kango Crew's Hillbilly. He said, nah, motherfucker, that is the Kango Crew. And my eyes blew up like I just saw Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye live.
Because they were like on that level to us.
Superheroes. They were superheroes. It went from my 4th, 5th generation cassette tape, me and my man smoking woolers, throwing dice, listening to, and I'm now hearing it in stereo in front of me.
Do you?
Yeah.
Like, and we went to school with them every day. Like they were normal
every day.
kids,
Jay
right?
Cool from the Fresh MCs, Cassandra and Sharice from Changing Faces, Mark Pitts, then later Jennifer Aniston, Chastity Bono. Like,
so they were
Moffat.
my year. So I saw Jennifer Aniston at lunch, and I would tell her how her dad played my mom's favorite character in Days of Our Lives.
Days of Our Lives, right?
She looked at me. Well, she looked at me because like I just walked up to her while she was in her friend group and was like, oh my God, your dad is amazing. My mother, Victor Kiriakos, but she was cool. And Chastity, they were normal, regular kids to us. But I don't think
kids.
I ever took a moment to actually appreciate the fact that we were as talented. Like
it's crazy. It was crazy. Ma, Chastity Bono's best friend was a female named Anya Bosch. If anybody runs into Myra Gandhi or Anya Bosch, holla at your boy. Get him in the chat right now. Anya and I was like this. One day she goes, oh, Chaz wants us to come to the crib. I'm like, oh, word? Cool. Go to 4th and Broadway, Cher's house above Tower Records, the duplex, chilling. I'm sitting there going, and on everything I love, I'm sitting here going, should I ask for an autograph or should I boost something? Like,
because those are the options, people.
No, those were the listen, I'm a hood rat from Far Rockaway, Queens, and I'm sitting here going, do I get an interview do I get an autograph from my mom or should I boost that vase real quick? Because that's a leg.
Right.
That's
Do
a
a
lick.
photo.
Throw what all away? I'm getting out of here and I'm still chilling with them and getting invited to dinner. Like, I'ma hit a lick until they catch me. You heard? Like, anyway.
The white part of you probably would have gotten an invitation back.
That
The
part.
black part of you, not so
They
much.
don't expect this face, this little Jewish boy from Queens. You don't expect me to boost the vase? I'm getting out of there. Anyway.
The vase.
So, the vase. So, fast forward. I now get signed to Def Jam. Russell Simmons buys Cher's crib. That was a big movie.
I was just about to say, Russell
That
lived
was a
up there
big movie.
too.
Hold up. So I was in that crib 84, 85. He didn't own that bitch until like 88, ma. And I walked into that crib and he's like, yo, check out my house. I said, you mean Cher's house? He said, fuck you. He said, sir. I said, I've been in this crib, bro. You ain't gonna show me to the atrium on the 4th floor. Atrium, not atrium. Hood. Not atrium. I know where the atrium is on the 4th floor.
And what did he say? You ain't been in no motherfucking Cher's house.
Get the fuck out of here, white boy. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah,
Fuck out of here, white boy. Get the fuck out my house.
He didn't realize that
Fuck
you had
out my
gone
house.
to school with the
No. Can I just tell you something? If you think about this as us, I go back to Far Rockaway, Queens, the land of the lost. Like, I'm chilling with Slee Stacks, you heard? Like, I'm in the land of the lost. And I'm telling my boys, yo, I'm in Cher's crib. I didn't tell nobody that shit. That shit sounded like bullshit, and I was there. It sounded like cap. I'm not saying nothing to nobody.
Back then. We didn't have phones with cameras, so sorry.
This amazing story brought to you by Dunkin'. Free coffee this week with the coupon, free coffee.
But I believe, tell a story. Had a free coffee. But I believe it. But I believe it, and I know.
No, because you were there. Of course you believe it, babe. Like you were there, ma. Like you were there.
And I wasn't in the share portion of it, but I was definitely in the Russell portion of it because my record label was in the bottom of the building.
Fourth and Broadway, right? Fourth and Broadway, and all of that. Yeah.
And Russell had that photo shoot. That guy Teray is going around and doing videos saying that I stole the what you call the prototype. He's saying she stole the jersey and then she wore it in a One More Chance video. That was
Teray? Okay. All right. I'm with you. I'm sorry.
He's going around telling people that I stole it, which I didn't steal it. I know who stole it, but it wasn't me.
Are we really like, what are we, 12? Come on. Like, ain't we 50?
Right. And he's going around making
that shit. Yo,
I'm not gonna mention her name because there's no one you
super whack. He's super whack.
But you held on to the story, right?
No, of course. Because what else he's gonna hold on to? His afro.
Exactly.
That part. Well, thank you. Now I can actually see. But it's good to see you. For those of you who don't know, I'm not just here to kick it to my ex-alumni from High School Music and Art, aka LaGuardia Schoolyard. I actually put out a new record. That's why I'm here to promote my new record.
I thought you were here to tell them about our new morning show. But
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't wake up this early usually. My girl is sick, so I had to take her to Walgreens like old people do and pick up, stuff. She's very upset with me. My girlfriend is heated because I got her sick. So
and here you are popping and releasing new music, and now she's laid up and sick. Tell us about the music.
And she's tight. Okay, hi. My name is MC Search. I was in a group called Third Base when this woman was throwing CeeLo dice with Fat Man Scoop and Chris Atlas at Tommy Boy Records. Anyway, this is very scary how deep I know this woman. That's what she said. Anyway, we know each other since we're 13, 14 years old. Although Miss Jones didn't talk to me officially till I was 18 because every time I walked around her, I drooled on her. It was very uncomfortable. She would be like, hi, Michael. And I'd be like,
no.
And then I would have incredible, like lovely, beautiful thoughts on my 2-hour and 20-minute ride from 135th Street to Far Rockaway, Queens. I'd be like, she actually said hello to me.
No, I was on my way to cutting class. I was always cutting class.
Shout out to Nichelle, by the way. If you know, you know. I wish the whole class was in here. We should just have a reunion on this show. Anyway, so yeah, so I decided to put out a EP called Millions of Zeros. Right? My question for MC Search, is there any graffiti work featured from Angel Ortiz in the museum? Inside joke. Anyway, so I wanted to just put out a record because I felt it. And I met this amazing producer. We just clicked. I got to actually record the entire album in the studio with him. It was like air making a record. And it's called Millions of Zeros. So what does that represent? That's a great question, Miss Jones. Thanks for asking.
No.
Millions of zeros.
I'm trying
This
not
is
to
called
step
the
on you
Jonesy
every
and the
time.
AM takeover. Anyway, sorry.
It's fine. Every time I talk, you get clipped. That's why I'm being quiet and letting you go, because you're a radio host, so you know how to do what you're doing. So go.
Thank you. So Millions of Zeros, the reason I called the EP Millions of Zeros is for 3 reasons. One is pure ego. It's the amount of zeros I made in this music business, bitch. 2, my favorite, see, balloons. Wait, let me see that. There it is. There, okay. Anyway, so there it is. See that?
Go up on me.
Yeah. So stop shaking your thumbs. That's what she said. Just do this. It only works for white people. Anyway, so the second thing from Millions of Zeros, why I called it Millions of Zeros, is because my favorite chart of the year, besides seeing who the #1 artist is on Spotify, and shout out to Bad Bunny, 6th year in a row. But last week, they just released how many songs got removed from their server because it had 0 spins. Did you hear what I said?
You said they just released how many songs got dropped from their list because it had 0 spins. How many?
Like, motherfucker, you don't like your shit enough to listen to it and you want me to listen to that shit? Are you fucking high? I just listened to my shit 10 times before I got on here.
But you know what? Maybe they were leaving the marketing to their marketing team, right?
Stop it. Stop it. Just stop. Time out. But Miss Jones, hello?
I don't trust them anyway. I don't trust
Hello,
those algorithms.
Miss Jones, if you release a record tomorrow on Spotify, like the one that you just got Grammy nominated for, how many times do you listen to your music a day? You personally.
I mean, I played at least once or twice here on my show.
Uh-huh. That part. How are you going to release a record and have 0 spins on your own shit? Well, maybe they're waiting for your marketing team. They're #1 on both hands. I listen to my shit every day. 47 million records were dropped from Spotify with 0 spins. Motherfucker, how do you not listen to your shit? Third reason I called it Millions of Zeros is because there's so many zeros that I've met in this journey the last 2 years on social media, and they get 0 love. So that's why it's called Millions of Zeros.
Okay.
So, and the photo is, and for those who'll see the photo cover, brand new release exclusive for Miss Jones, it's the most beautiful mansion, I believe, marble house in Newport, Rhode Island. Most people don't realize the American Industrial Revolution happened in Newport. Marquis de Sade, Champagne, Rothschild, Adams, Jefferson, they all converged and built the most beautiful homes you've ever seen. Marble House in 1865 cost $9 million to build. In 1865, $9 million. That's the kind of zeros. I have been blessed that I have history and legacy as part of my story. Whether that's Nas, whether that's Echo, whether that's Third Base, whether that's me, whether that's VH1,
Do you and I still talk currently?
Not really. I mean, when he needs something, I'll get a call from his people.
Okay.
But no, not really. And it's not, by the way, it's not a negative thing. We don't talk just because we don't talk.
I don't get that energy.
Like,
everybody's busy.
No, and even like on his album that he won Album of the Year for, King's Disease, he gave me, he's mentioned me 16 times on records over his career, on 8 different records. So it's always love. It's just that, and his daughter is 2 months younger than my daughter. So like we always have these kind of like, yo, you good? I'm good. Or his man Anthony will call me like, hey, can you do blah, blah, blah. There's always this 6 degrees, but we just don't talk. I also think between us girls, I think he's a little, well, I don't know. Let me not say that. I don't believe that the resorts casino in Queens is a positive thing for Queens. And I've been a little vocal about it. I don't know if he's happy that I'm and that. I just don't believe that in condensed boroughs like Queens, we should be having casinos. We already have prostitution and human trafficking issues on Roosevelt Avenue. That only exacerbates it. We already have gang affiliation issues with Corona, East Corona. That exacerbates it. We already have challenges with drugs. That only exacerbates
Well,
it.
let me
And while
put your fears to bed, because he's only the face of it. He's just the Kevin Hart of the situation.
yeah, I understand that, but do you need? That's like saying I'm the face of the Klan. No, it's not saying that. That's really extreme.
But I
But
get
like,
the point.
but you know what I'm
It's
saying?
still,
Like, I don't know if you should be.
they're
And I
using
was
his
talking.
likeness to get
And I was
us.
talking to, yeah, so I was talking to Ralph McDaniels about that too. Like because Ralph McDaniels is the one that brokered that deal between resorts and now. And he was like, yeah, he's just the figurehead. And I'm like, I understand. Listen, I get it. Because it's kind of hard to say no to that. But the other side of that coin is, man, how much power your venture has anyway with all you've done with Ring, with all of your key investments that you've done, your investment strategies, like, I don't know. So I've been pretty vocal. I don't know if he's happy or not about that. We had a weird, like, it was really strange. Like, I was doing an event called Timeless Hip Hop at the Tampa Hard Rock,
Mm-hmm.
and we were doing the after party of his. He had a concert with De La and Wu-Tang. And I mean, we were literally like this, and a security guard said to me, he says, Search, Nas don't want to talk to you before he goes on stage. And I was like, I looked at my man, I was like, did I ask to talk to Nas? Like, I'm just standing here. He's just walking by me.
That
You know what
part.
I mean? Like, yeah, like I didn't. And his guy was like, yo, don't, something to the effect of don't bother him. He doesn't want to talk to you. And I'm like, did I
So
even?
that means they saw you on the walk up and they
Yeah, and
assumed.
and they just didn't want to be bothered. And I know Nas doesn't want to be bothered. He's talking to Green Lantern. Like I've been around him enough to know that before he goes on stage, he don't want to be bothered.
Most artists
Regardless.
don't. Right. You know
Yeah.
protocol. So
Yeah.
that
So
was
I was yeah. So it was just weird. But that was like we were like this close. Anyway, but I digress. But my
And it probably
history
wasn't
has
even
been like
him that said it, by the way. It probably wasn't him. It was his man.
but because they probably know that this is what his lane is before he goes on stage. So my history is already, I believe I've created an amazing history. I think that's become a legacy, whether it's MF Doom or Echo. Now it's about the monarchy. Like, how do I build the monarchy? And if you look at where Newport, Rhode Island is and conversations they must have had, like literally there's a corner, Jonesy, where the 4 people that lived across from each other was the Marquis de Sade, who was the #1 importer of alcohol in the 1800s, Rothschild, #1 industrialist family right there, Jefferson and Adams. Like, can you imagine the depth of conversation these men had over building the American Industrial Revolution? Like, that's where I want to lay my head. In 16 years, when I'm 75 and it's a wrap. So that's why Marvel House is so important.
Did they really build it, or did they have my people build it?
That part.
Saying.
But the point is, look, the point is that there had to be
a lot of slave talking.
A lot of slave talking, a lot of industrialism talking,
How we
a
gonna
lot
build
of
all this industrialism for free? Oh,
and how do we no, of course. And how do we create what is now the modernization of the American economy, regardless how fucked up it was? And let's be real clear, it was fucked up. Like they were trading human beings like fucking cigarettes. So let's like be real clear.
Alligators. They were making male
horrific
black slaves sleep with other male black slaves just for their purity.
Horrific. I was just talking about this and I was wondering if I should even share this on the show. But have you read Isabella Wilkerson's book Caste, about the caste system?
I did not read it. I know about it, but
let me put all of y'all 16 people who give a fuck right now on game. So there's an amazing book called Caste, Caste, by Isabella Wilkerson. Isabella Wilkerson does just basically a historical backdrop of how hierarchy works, not only just in races, but in cultures, whether it's
Right.
Indian. And she
Her
started to
specifically
talk about,
was the Indian.
right. So she talked about caste, but then there are sections of the book that talk about caste at different levels. And she spends a lot of time identifying caste in early Germany pre-Holocaust, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things she talked about was that when Hitler started to reign in power, before the oligarchy, when he first started, he sent 15 people to the University of Alabama to study Jim Crow. This was 1910 to 1912, just around World War I, right? Sends them in to be students from abroad. And they're studying Jim Crow. And I really want y'all to hear this, and I hope this gets a replay. These motherfuckers go back to Hitler and says, yo, whatever we're thinking about doing in the Holocaust, we can't do that. That's too barbaric. Like, that shit's too fucked up. They literally said Jim Crow was so fucked up that Hitler couldn't use it. And they defined the final solution based on leveling up what Jim Crow was. It's in the book. Read it. It's historical data. It's not perspective. It's like notes. So now we're living Jim Crow 2.3.0, 4.0, whatever the fuck this is now, right? So separate from that, it's just an amazing observation on like what you're talking about. Like, we all understand what we lived through, right? You know what I mean?
It's fine, Trinero. It's fine. Like, I don't, just because he's talking it doesn't make me feel like I'm losing my.
I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you, Ty.
It
So
doesn't
just
mean that I'm, wait, let me finish. It doesn't mean that I'm losing my, I don't feel threatened by it because, you know, you guys know I'm aware and I talk my talk every day, but it's actually refreshing to hear someone of the opposite sex, someone of a different ethnicity say what it is that we talk here on the show. So I don't feel no way. It's not like he's coming here trying to make excuses or act like I'm not aware, but there are people watching or that will watch that may not be aware. So he's giving context, but thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And
it's highly
you were
sensitive.
going into that.
I'm sorry.
Anyway. No. I appreciate that. I couldn't hear you, so I didn't know that you were speaking. So I apologize.
Right. No, it's okay. Speaking of which, that Kevin Hart roast, thoughts, opinions?
Huh. That's a really good. No one's asked me about that.
I'm glad you popped on because I'm doing a Kevin Hart roast part 2 next month where we're talking about all white people dead living that ain't got shit to do with nothing, just to be mean and spiteful so we can even the score.
I love that, by the way. You know how much I dislike white people. I mean, let's just keep it honest. Like, you want to keep it funky? Let's keep it all the way funky. I was never going to bring white babies into this world. My children are African American, Puerto Rican, Russian, Polish Jews who studied the Quran. They studied the original text of the Bible. They studied everything and they made their own choices. My children are multicultural. I was never going to bring white babies into this planet. I was never going to contribute to the white race, regardless, Jewish, not Jew. Not going to happen. Because I witnessed firsthand how poorly my friends were treated, how my neighborhood was treated. You know, even in Rockaway, we grew up knowing you can't go past Beach 86th Street. You know what I mean? You just can't. So I saw it even in Detroit on the radio in Detroit. Like, I personally believe, and thank you, Ty, for pointing that out. If there was you feeling some type of way, I love you for that. But me and this woman go back to high school. She knows my heart.
Yeah, no. And you're always decent and respectful. And sometimes, like, you're reaching people that trust you, right? And I reach people that trust my voice. The point is to be reaching people that aren't clear and are trying to decide whether or not they're going to vote, what's in it for them. Maybe, you know, they feel akin to us, so they vote because they feel it's it's their duty to support you and I. So whatever.
And the whole topic of the conversation came from why I called my EP Millions of Zeros and why I want to lay my head in Newport when it's all said and done. You know, and the reason is also because of what I believe in my heart that we've changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know my children contribute to culture. I know what I've done to contribute to culture. It might not be the biggest impact. There's 92 billion people on the planet Earth. A large percentage of that don't know I exist, and that's okay. In my silo, in my ecosystem, whatever I contribute is my contribution, right? Just like whatever you contribute is your contribution. We are not all seeing, we're not all ear hearing. There's only one that can really control all of that. I call that Hashem. People call that by another name. But the whole concept of this conversation came from why I called it Millions of Zeros and also what I've witnessed. So like my next single is called Playbook, right? First single was called Questions because I always wanted to make a record where people asked me questions that I didn't know what they were going to ask me and I answered it. So we got an artist named Bodie James. Shout out to Bodie. Shout out to Griselda, Conway, Benny the Butcher, 38 Special, all of them. Bodie's part of their family. He asked me a question, and then my brother Cedric Louis, Hands Up Management. By the way, Milton Bradley, the LP, it's out now. Me and my man did a record called With the Stove Say Fire. Bodie asked me a question, Cedric asked me a question. I always want to answer them. And the question that Cedric asked me was about my mom and dad and getting on the game. And then Playbook, the next single, is basically my playbook on how I made money in the music business. And I leave a 40-year plan and what I've been doing since I'm 20, which was in my 20s I learned, in my 30s I churned, in my 40s I earned, and in my 50s I returned. And that's the 40-year plan. That's the playbook. So that's going to be out next week. And Millions of Zeros will be out in a couple of weeks.
Congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
that's exactly right. That Kim White, you're absolutely right. The Rothschilds were Jews that were closely linked to the financing of the slave trade. That's exactly right, because they needed those slaves for the railroads. That's why they also the Rothschilds did the deal with Chinese and brought in Chinese refugees. He thought that they originally were going to, Rothschilds originally said that they were going to China to import businessmen, and they brought in Chinese slaves. So you're absolutely right.
But then how can you sit right with yourself being amongst those four corners of that Newport, Rhode Island, knowing
that's a great question. It's the same way I can go to Harlem, and what Harlem was originally to the New Amsterdam, which was a transfer of the Dutch slaves from New Amsterdam down to Brooklyn. We cannot be mad at a geographical location. We can't be, but we have to identify the separation of two very important ideologies here. One, the ugliness of slavery is separate from the American industrialized revolution.
I disagree.
No. Let me just finish my thought, and then I'll let. So, the abuse of people, whether that's Henry Ford to Polaroid. I mean, are you familiar with the Shirley scale? Do you know about the Shirley scale?
I do not.
So the Shirley scale, basically the chemicals that are used for film, never consider anyone less than pinkish hue. Even the digital cameras right now that take it right now, that is based on a Shirley scale that doesn't care about black pigmentation of any kind. Okay. I think that if you look at the two sides of the coin, right? The animal self and the true self, right? So the animal self is slavery. The animal self is looking at human beings as cattle. The animal self is not separating humanity, right, from greed. The other side of that coin is, without industrializing idea and concept, we wouldn't even have YouTube. You wouldn't have a platform to stream. So there's two sides of that, right? Like right now, we're on a live thing that's using a data center that's poisoning water. And there's people in Kentucky right now that this data center right now that we're using is poisoning wells where people haven't had clean water in 10 years. So should you not be on YouTube now that you know this information?
I don't know, but I know that you should not take another human being against their will and force them to industrialize for you, get off your white ass, and you train yourself and take your fucking kids and you let them build the private schools and the prep schools and all those buildings that you have wings and hospitals. That's what I know. How they went about it is what I'm talking about.
But they're still going about it. But they're still going about it today. They're still ripping off poor people. They're still ripping off uneducated people. And we are benefiting from that. Jonesy, you're benefiting from that right now. The data center right now in real time that's allowing you to have this broadband for you to entrepreneurial build your platform is sucking water out of a community that now has not had clean water in 10 years. It's still two sides.
Yeah,
Flint,
but
Michigan.
somehow it
But
doesn't
Flint, Michigan,
as dirty as the slave trade. And
why? It's still killing people.
And somehow,
and you're taking away their rights.
Until reparations, and they have the money for it because they just gave a bunch of it to the insurrectionists.
That's the most fucked up thing I ever heard in my fucking life. Is that crazy? One of the dudes that they talked about, Ken Blumenthal brought up yesterday, he just did the unthinkable to 2 6-year-old girls. And when he told them to shut your mouth, he says, because I'm going to give you the millions that Trump's going to give me for my reparations. He said, let me do to you what I want to do to you, these 2 6-year-old girls, and literally told them, shut your mouth because I'm going to get millions from Trump and I'm going to give it to you. This is there's still two sides, and there's still two sides to that coin. Like, I think that the ugliness, look, the past is a fact. Can't do anything about it. Past the fact. The ugliness of how men and women of color, not just black people, Africans, Asians, Mexican, Filipinos. You know, when we talk about the Holocaust, right? People say 6 million Jews. No, 11 million people died in the Holocaust. 3 million gypsies, blacks, transgender. 6 million Jews was the majority, but there's still 5 million others. 11 million total died in the Holocaust. Like, there's a spiritual Holocaust. There is a geological Holocaust. There's food desert Holocaust. Right now in real time, we are starving people for the basis of programming, for the basis of entertainment. We're poisoning our fields for the basis of streaming and broadband. You know, they're talking about building a data center in the Bronx. Amazon wants to build a data center in the Bronx. It's insanity.
But someone will say, well, at least it's going to bring jobs to the community.
That part. And then when your water's looking fucked up and you're wondering why your teeth are bad and you're wondering why you have these nodes in your throat from the chemicals that they're pumping into the water that you're now drinking, then what? So I agree with you. I just want to say that I don't want you to think here I'm sitting here and disagreeing with you, Jonesy. I'm not. I think that there is just a level of brutality that's just unconscionable. I mean, we talked about Isabella Wilkerson and we went from having fun to having a very serious conversation. But at the end of the day, at this point in my life, right? Like, it's not to justify and it's not to rationalize. And I want to be really clear. Let's have a mature conversation. I'm not rationalizing that. But at the same time, if I can go to Newport and I can bring my brother said Louis with me and I can bring my people and we can develop a monarchy that's based on humanity, because I got people around me that are black, Puerto Rican, Jewish, Muslim, Pakistani. Like, my mother said it when I was 8 years old. She taught me to look at color. She just said, don't judge it. Look at a person's heart. And I think we do way too much of that. We look at color first and we don't look at kindness. And color sometimes blinds our kindness.
But it's because I think we don't have the luxury when we keep getting violated by the same color people, like over and over. We don't get a chance to even come up for air. So we don't get a chance to consciously come out and go, all right, I'm going to give, just because I had a bad experience and lost my whole family and my ancestors at the hands of someone that looks like you, I'm going to give you a chance, officer, or whomever that violator might be. We don't ever get a chance to recover. It's just shock to the nervous system, shock to the nervous system. The world went crazy when they saw a woman get shot in the face and a male white nurse get shot at the hands of ICE agents. But for us, people that look like me, that's another day around the way.
Right. So she asked a very good question. When did my family come here? So again, if you want the truth, when my family came here, my grandmother, Gertrude Roisman, may she rest in peace, came to this country at 8 years old. The Cossacks came and raided her parents' house, and her mother hid her in a lit stove. And they killed her family there. She crawled out of the lit stove. There was an envelope telling her to go to the seaport and go to this boat and go to Ellis Island. So my grandmother came here at 8 years old by herself. My great-grandfather, may he rest in peace, came here from Lodz, Poland, escaping the same Cossacks. Same situation. So both my family came here in the early 1800s as refugees escaping religious persecution. So that's how my family came here. That also it made very clear to me early on by my grandfather, my father, my family, is that we do not judge. We just don't judge. I was taught very early not to judge anybody. Jonesy can attest to the kind of goofball I was in high school. I was a very open-minded kid. And I was taught really early that color don't mean nothing.
Well, you were raised around, you happen to be raised around majority Blacks and Puerto Ricans.
Correct. So and also Jewish and Russian. But yeah, but I mean, I grew up in Far Rockaway. I grew up in the hood.
Right. And so
watching that.
When you have the Peter Rosenbergs that are now on the firing lane by Jason Lee as being called culture vultures, there's a difference, I feel. Even with DJ Cassidy, who I don't fuck with, there's a difference. I feel like you were in it. You weren't just in it conveniently. You were in it by, this is where your family chose to raise you, and this is where you got brought, and you guys didn't flee. Like, oh, it's too many of those people, right?
Right. Yeah, and it wasn't only that, but it was also that even falling in love with hip hop, obviously significantly different. I couldn't just put out music and stream it and hope to catch an audience. Like, I had to be accepted by a Black community who gatekeeped the culture in New York City in the 80s. We used to call it a ghetto pass, like you get a ghetto pass.
Yeah.
And that meant something. It wasn't like some hyperbole of like, oh, he's cool, so he gets a pass. No, like I used to be like, I got shot at Vandermeer Projects for battling. Like, it was dangerous to be an MC coming up and trying to earn your stripes in New York in the 80s. Going to the Latin Quarter, going to Union Square, going to the rooftop, going to SNS, going to After Midnight, going to the world.
And I think it wouldn't be so disturbing if all of our efforts and all of our accomplishments weren't just like that, being erased from history and erased from libraries and erased from documents and erased from museums. Like, it wouldn't be so bad if all of those things weren't being erased by design, because you can't not repeat what you're not aware of. They want to be able to do it again. So that's why they're getting rid of it, because they know the horrors. They're ashamed. They're ashamed of their ancestors. And some of them would like to do it again.
And they are. And I don't know if you talked about this on your show, but March of 2026 was the first time in American history the population was majority multicultural. We are now the majority, not the minority. So we have to start thinking that way. But the other thing I wanted to talk about, because you talked about this Jason
the Kevin
Lee
Hart thing. I'm sorry.
But Kevin Hart, we're going to go back to, but the Jason Lee thing, because I want to talk about this.
Okay, yeah.
I think there are a certain amount of, let's just call them white people, that are true to this music, true to this culture, that respect it, that understand the subtleties, the nuances, who don't love it just because they love a Nas record, or just love it because they love, or they know who Rakim is. Peter Rosenberg's a historian of this culture. Even though he was on the radio in DC, he comes from here. His grandmother lived in the Rockaways. He's of the culture. I don't know Jason Lee. I don't know him. And that's irrelevant. The relevant part is to call someone that and not really understand what their contribution is. That to me is the conversation that I would rather have. Like, so is DJ Vlad a culture vulture? Am I a culture vulture? Like, what constitutes a culture vulture, right? Because for me, and help me out with this, Jonesy, maybe I'm wrong. A culture vulture is someone who steals from a culture and doesn't give back. Is that fairly accurate? The way a vulture eats dead, right?
I suppose.
Is there an extension to that? Like, help me understand it.
I suppose that would be an appropriate definition, right? But I feel like the reason why it's such heightened anger, if you will, towards people that look like him is because we're still losing. Like we're not getting the credit. Like we can't come into the Jewish culture and even attempt to remake a song or have a bar mitzvah or call it a bro mitzvah without some sort of pushback, and you will never, and we can't. You keep your stuff sacred, and yet you think it's okay. No, I'm just.
No. I get it. No, I heard you. Sorry, I was thinking out loud and I shouldn't have. I hear you. I just think that I think, and I had this conversation with a homeboy of mine who he owns a very big media company, and we started doing business together. And he said, "Explain to me how Jews operate." And I said, "Okay, that's easy." I said, "Jews operate on a handshake, mazal. Mazal means there's a covenant between me, you, and Hashem, higher power. That's it. There's no contracts in Jewish law. There's nothing that constitutes it. However, if I do business with another Jew and we do a mazal, and he does me dirty, that in the Torah it's called a lashon hara. That's like worse than that's in some eyes. And the one thing about Jewish tradition is there's the Torah, and there's like 7,000 books that describes what the Torah meant, because it's true. Rabbis are like, everybody has an opinion. It's like, what? You like the soup? You got to, it's like if there's a problem with the soup, you bring 10 people over, right? Like, but the tribal part of this is based on your word, period. That's it. And my man said it, and I think most of us will agree. Jonesy, you'll agree. Have you ever done a deal with a man or woman of color where it was just like deal? Like most people I know, they don't trust anybody as far as they can throw them.
I mean,
and what I'm telling you is when I say deal, it's this simple, Jonesy. Hey, you're Jew number one, I'm Jew number two. Hey, Jew number one, you want to do business? This is what we're going to do. We're going to distribute widgets. Yeah, that sounds good. Great, mazal. That's it. Anything that happens as it grows, we agree. Mazal. If we have to talk about it, mazal. That's how business between Jews gets done. That's it. Y'all want to crack the code? That's the code.
But here but Black people come from the deficit. The Jews were made whole and complete with reparations. We still have not.
Well, hold on. Whole and complete is not. I don't believe is accurate.
Well, we got nothing, and we're still getting nothing.
Kane acknowledged. We're trying to acknowledge absolutely.
Right. But we were not made whole. We can't even. All right, but look, we're less than that. Is my point. You got something,
okay, and
you haven't got anything, and I feel like until we get something, anyone. My next question after this is going to be: what's the white people fascination with Black people and the things that Black people create? And I don't want to make you be the poster child that you have to answer all the white people questions, because you're not that guy, but I got you here. So I'm going to throw it at you, and you're so smart, you're going to be able to answer it. But I feel like that if you guys are going to engage in our culture, there needs to be some currency, a law that says that any currency made from our culture should go back to our culture first.
Awesome.
And yeah.
Okay, so can I answer that, ma'am?
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I mean, you can answer it. I just got to turn the air on because this fucking hair.
Yeah.
I was doing wig changes before. Now I'm not. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So for those of you who are just joining, hi. My name is MC Cersei of the White Meat. I am being asked, what is the fascination between Jews and black folks? Okay. So this goes back to Al Jolson. This goes back to the Wolfson Theater. It goes back to entertainment. I wish I had a better answer, but it's just that's the answer. Since Charlie Chaplin, since Al Jolson, Jews have been involved in music, entertainment, movies. Period. It's just what it is. I don't know why there's that interest or fascination, but that's just what it is. And it goes back to the very first theater, the Wolfson Theater in Miami Beach, Florida, which was built by Polish Jews who migrated from the Cossacks to escape murder and persecution. And they drained Miami Beach, the Wolfson family, and built the very first theater in Miami. Jews have always been involved in entertainment. It's just what it is. I can only say fast forward for me. I can't talk for Ahmed Erdogan and all the other executives that ripped people off and did people dirty. That's not this Jew. Nas was protected and was a millionaire the week his record came out. He moved his mom out the projects the second I gave him a check because I didn't want to be that Jew. I can't speak for the entire tribe. I can only speak for Michael Barron from Far Rockaway, Queens. I was never going to do an artist that was color dirty. Period. When I said on Math Hoffa's fact, I made 2% off Nas. And I deserved it. I made sure he never got sued. I cleared every sample. I did every production agreement. I booked every studio session for Illmatic, and it was written. I did my job. I didn't take any money up front. I didn't take any advance. I gave it all to him, and I took 2% on the back end.
That needs to be in place for everybody. That's why
Yes.
people like Cassidy piss me the fuck off, because not only does he not, like, you come in like clearly and you're powered by more Jews, they make you a face, and then you pick and choose, and by not picking, this is personal, by not picking me, you're saying that I am not worthy of your white boy ass's measurement of who deserves to have the mic passed to them. Like, how dare you? You don't get to decide. You need to have a black person of the culture, not just a black person, any black person won't do, of the culture determining, right? You're out there doing your little dance and all with your little hat and your shiny suits, but you don't get to be that, because now you're getting all this backlash of how you pick and choose who the mic gets passed to. It makes it look bad on the ones that didn't. It makes it look like your shit wasn't popping, because here the white man is again telling us who should get the award, who should get chosen, who gets the mic passed to them.
Okay, so I just have one question. If Miss Jones had a Miss Jones, let's call it a cabaret for lack of a better word, or a live performance the way Cassidy does, and Miss Jones did pass the mic, and you got to pick who you pass the mic to, and then somebody said to you, well, who is she to be passing the mic to whoever? Who is she to decide? Who is she to make that choice? Isn't it your show? Isn't it your production? Isn't it your vision?
Yeah, but I actually did. He motivated me to do the I'm a 90s Girl concert, which, by the way, we're in Punta Cana, Labor Day week, guys. Giddy King
Fire!
Yeah, we've been to New York twice. We've been to Jersey twice. We're coming back
That's
to
for
Jersey.
the show in Punta Cana!
Yeah. So it inspired me to do that, but I'm saying I can do it. Someone from the 80s or the 70s, not so much, because that wasn't your era, bruh. So take it even away from the race. Like, he wasn't even the fuck outside. You weren't outside with us. So you don't even get to decide. Like, yes, it's your show, but then you're only pulling from the 90s and the culture.
Right. He's doing his show that he is what he wants to highlight, what means, I think he calls it his hip hop heroes, right? These are all his heroes of music and that he wants to celebrate.
And I guess, but when you were DJing in my living room
Mhm.
every Christmas, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like now I look
Right.
at you like you're a fake ass bitch. Like you're in
Gotcha.
there talking about how you spend my records and then you come on my radio show and oh my God. But when the rubber meets the road, they're not showing deference. That's how I feel. And stop and they need to own that.
Okay. But I'm
Like-
just saying, so the other side of the coin is, and I mean, I think it's a legitimate perspective, right? It's
And
not
now
an
they
opinion.
stealing
It's
people's
not-
houses in Brooklyn, which doesn't make it better. The deed theft, it's too much, and I can't. Get this
okay,
whole-
but the Cassidy thing. Let's just talk about DJ Cassidy thing for 1 second, because I think, at least the way I see it, the way you're saying it is, who is he to choose, right? Like, who is he to choose which heroes to celebrate when I think you said something effective. He wasn't there, right? He wasn't outside, right? So what I'm saying is there another side of it, right? Is the other coin is if you're doing your show in Punta Cana on Labor Day, right? And it's going to be a movie, right? And it's Jonesy's show, so you're going to invite the artists that they're your heroes, they're your fans, they're your friends, they're your family. You love to be around, right? And there's
Not
an attraction
necessarily.
there.
That wasn't my
Okay.
measurement. My measurement
that's
was
what- okay.
the girls that aren't SWV and Escape and Total who get
Right.
off work. So mine
Right.
isn't even based
Like
on
the
my
Sunshine Andersons and like
I went to Lachey. Like no one even really
I love
knew
Lachey.
Lachey.
I love
but
yeah.
I knew
And
that,
she's doing it and
no,
doing
not
it well.
her. She's no, that's not Lachey.
That's LaShawn. I know.
Right.
I'm trying to have a joke here. I'm sorry.
But and I'm getting personal with my shit, so I should probably fall back.
And no, you know, but I so first of all, this is me and you, so it's not like anybody's listening.
I'm just
So it's just
serving
me and you and we're
people-
friends. Yeah.
I'm just trying to serve people with my playlist. I'm serving people that don't get called on, but I know had bops,
But-
whether it be for a minute, a season, a lifetime. I'm getting those.
Yeah.
They come to me, they call me, and they go, "Can I get a piece?" And like that, Terrell Hicks is on the show. They come to
Okay.
me and go, "Why didn't you call me?" Boom, Diary
Right.
from Jade is on the show. That's
Beautiful.
how you gotta be. Cassidy's not doing that.
I guess my question is if it was turned around, right? And somebody was critical of you and your playlist and the artist you picked and said, yo, she's not being fair, she's not really doing this and that, she ain't really looking out for all the artists, then your answer would be the same answer you're saying now, which is these are the artists that I picked. It's my show, right? And if people reach out to you and you take that option, then that's still your option. It's your show, your name's on the flyer, your reputation on the line, your relationship with the venue, your relationship with production, your relationship with the artist, your relationship with social, Giddy doing his job, like your whole team around making Punta Cana successful, making it incredible so that there's a part 2 and a part 3 and a part 4 and a
But
part
there's
5.
some people, just based on what the 90s represents, there's some people that you got to bring in, whether you personally fuck with them or not, or you being discourteous to the culture. And I want to add that you looked me in my face as you sat on my show and said, I'm bringing you on, right? And then we had further conversations to the side about that. And then when the business starts being handled, all of a sudden, you can't.
It's sideways.
You can't.
Okay.
Right. And
So-
you don't get to pick that, architect that. There might be people that I don't want on that lineup that I have to put because it's due the respect, is the culture is due that respect. And who the fuck am I, short of, oh, I didn't think of you, who the fuck am I to say, no, you can't? Now, you may not can do that show, but my duty to the culture is to make sure that you get a piece of it because you helped build it. You might be 1 brick, you might be 2 bricks of it, but you helped build it. And I feel like it's easy when people that don't look like me, that I don't remember being outside like me, come and try to own some shit that I helped build, not just musically, but broadcastingly. When there were no black kids, there were no real kids on radio. We took a fucking chance. So here I am over here with the music, taking a chance. And here I am over here with radio, taking a chance. And you think you want shit on my face?
I'm really sorry that you feel like that. And I'm sorry that that was how he made you feel, because you don't deserve to feel that way.
Fuck him up and tell him that when I see him, no, I'm kidding.
Really, you don't want to trigger me like this, sis. Like we go back like fucking knee highs on fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
yo,
he's an
don't.
asshole, but he's an asshole. But I just don't want people getting comfortable thinking that that's the way that they're gonna be with our shit. And so, and I have my own issue with Rosenberg, how he, instead of coming into the culture, how you said he was a part of, he should have been straight when he tried to slide into the mornings as my producer. Right? They tried to con me because Ebro wanted him on air. So he brought this random guy up from DC as producer, Jonesy, of your show. And then when I pull him to the side and ask him the right questions, he's like, I never produced. I don't want to be a producer. I want to be on air. I don't even know why I'm here. Okay, so now you know, and you still went. And then as soon as I left, here go Ebro sliding you in to take my spot. And now you sitting on the helm that I built, and you're not showing deference. I don't appreciate that. And he happens to not look like me. And then the black girl, K Fox, that was there, they get rid of her and replace her with a Tex-Mex bitch that looks like
but but let's just, you want to keep it funky, but that's TT Torres that fucked that girl up. And K Fox is my people. Let's be real clear. Like when I was doing Nouveau, and I was cutting those Nouveau checks, like TT Torres was in Virginia. Roanoke, Virginia, and I was paying that girl more money than she ever saw in her life. Like, you want to keep it funky? We can keep it funky as fuck. Like, TT Torres was a midday girl in Roanoke, Virginia, and she would call me every week, me and my partner, John Vasquez, every week, please let me do a Nouveau party. I'll turn it out. I'll turn it out. Blah, 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 right? So then when K Fox went from Miami to New York, that was my people. Her and Chris Nadler, may he rest in peace. I love Chris.
He used to work at Hot 97, just for context.
So just so you know, Chris Nadler literally was the white dude that everybody loved. Like whether it was Joel Ortiz, like Chris Nadler was the promotion marketing guy at Hot 97 that knew how to be a conduit between the bag and the artist, and he stood up for talent. So when K Fox was there, I made her the Nouveau representative for what she did. So we did a Nouveau check. So like with all the clubs that were spending money, Tao and all of them that were promoting on Hot, we would have Nouveau nights, and she was the Nouveau person. Well, TT didn't like that, and that was the impetus of that. And like, I think we could go at length, ad nauseum, talking about people that utilized however they had to utilize to fail upwards, right? But the one thing I will say in defense of Peter prior to him coming to Hot was I met that man when he was at PGC. I met that man when he was at KYS. Like, I did his weekend show because he was a hip hop head. I did his college show. Like, that dude, for me, is of the culture. Like, and again, and this is just difference, right? So with that other kid, that DJ dude, the V dude, that dude was just those like crate carrier. Like, we all know where that dude comes from. He was able to really take advantage of Complex at a time when Complex was really thirsty for content. When Complex had $400-500 million of commercial advertising that they could not get rid of, inventory that Toyota was begging them. So they were grabbing content left, right, left, right. And that boy stood in right at the right time and caught a bag. But the way he produces that show and the way he misaligns information and the way he treats people, even if he comes from it, I think a culture vulture is someone who takes advantage of the allowance that Black people gave them to be part of this culture. There's two sides of it, right? So you've got what we call the vanilla ice syndrome, right? So that's obvious. But then you have the innocuous, the subtleties. And he can say all day, oh, I come from this. I was down with Threat, may he rest in peace. I was down with Justo, may he rest in peace. And I come from that. Yeah, but you didn't treat it the respect you deserved when you got the bag. And if you really want to talk about culture vultures, and I know this is going to be really like controversial, but I'm going to say it because I've been involved in this culture, A1 day one, making a living and providing for artists since I'm 18 years old. I also believe that people that say things like, I'm charging motherfuckers for what they did to the Cold Crush, but then you don't give nothing to the cold crush,
That
is
part.
another example of being a culture vulture.
That
So I'm
part.
just saying, you can be the most authentic human being in this and monetize this, but don't say shit like that and then don't actually give back.
Right.
And if you're asking me, wait, and let me just finish this because I want to stand on my business right now. So Grandmaster Kaz is a member of the Cold Crush. When Grandmaster Kaz did my podcast, did I ever tell you the one about Big Daddy Kane? Because Kane was honored him. He spit a verse that was never recorded on track. Me and my people produced that track, manufactured that track, and gave 100% of the royalties to Kaz. That's how you give back to motherfuckers.
That
who
is how
took
you
from the
give
Cold
back.
Crush.
And I don't have a problem with that. So again, you are right. You don't have to be, or somebody said, you don't have to be white to be a culture vulture. We owe it to so to the point, and I can only lead by example. Part of my give back is every time I do my 90s girl, I pull out the artists, the rappers, the 80s Tana Gardner and the Fonda Rays. I throw them bitches on my back and I pay them. And I say, you are coming out because we're going to pay homage to y'all. Because without your songs and me singing them in talent shows, I don't even know if I even would have known I could sing.
I think that what you're doing in Punta Cana on Labor Day is fire. I also think that, at least for me, I mean, you know, look, I'm not struggling. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very grateful. And I say it a lot. I'm alive outside, grateful, not hateful. I don't have, when I wake up in the morning, I'm grateful. And for me, at least for this part of my season, my growth is about trying to figure out ways to leave a legacy behind. Like I was telling you a little earlier about this, and for your audience, this is going to be crazy. So the Shirley scale, right? We were talking about like misappropriation, misalignment of men and women of color, right?
Right.
When y'all get a chance, look up on Instagram or YouTube POCSTOCK, 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 people of color stock. All right. So what these brothers, Deshaun and Steve, found out years ago was when
Jones.
Kodak, and Deshaun and Deshaun.
He's my friend from many years when he was before he even had it, he was building it and stuff.
Right. He was built right. So he built the web for those. Right. He built the website. Right.
Stock picture. Sorry, I'm just giving context. When they need stock photo pictures of people in magazines and stuff, he gives you the catalog of different melanins of people to choose.
Right. Just won a Webby Award for identifying Black skateboarders and snowboarders around the world for intuitive AI technology in commercials. So what he found out was in the 40s and 50s when Kodak and Polaroid were creating the chemical to create the actual film that we see in digital cameras, disposable cameras, it was based on something called the Shirley scale. Shirley scale was a woman named Shirley, pale white skin. And the Shirley scale basically created the chemical balance for how we develop film. And the U never goes by a darker pink than maybe even mine, right? So day one, photographs were misaligned for anyone of color. If you had pigmentation, melanin, you were not going to get a good photo. To this day, even the cameras we're using right now, the data that's capturing this information is still based on the Shirley scale. So Miss Jones, as fine as she is, that's not what Miss Jones looks like because her skin tone is still based on pink pigmentation. That data in real time is identifying, looking at her, scaling her, scoping her, algorithming her. It's all based on pink hues. It's never happened. POCSTOCK figured it out, started writing in the algorithm and leasing source code to Amazon, to Google, to Meta, to Canva, to Adobe, for the first time ever in our lives, to identify men and women of color from genealogy, not racial profiling, genealogy. So when they see eyebrows and melanin, that for the first time, and this is happening in real time, that we're going to be able to protect and also highlight men and women of color in a real way, and also protect men and women of color. So when people do Google searches and they're looking for like foul, stereotype, misappropriated, like one of my favorite stories is one of the first times he did a Google search in front of a client and he put in Google black businessman. It showed a dude in a suit and tie. This is what came up in Google search, by the way. A man with a suit and tie at a coffee table with lines of cocaine in front of him.
Wow.
It was horrifying. So they're putting in their source code a way to protect men and women of color. We have never in our history, and that I'm sitting here with my sister from high school at 59 saying, wow, I'm literally sitting at the table where identification of pigmentation and men and women of color never happened. And these two brothers from Long Beach and Newark, New Jersey cracked the code. To me, that's how we set up the monarchy.
Yeah.
Miss
Things
Jones.
like that.
Like that, because, you know, whatever I did, Nas, nonfiction, OC, blah, 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 great. Echo, blah, 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 great. Great. During the pandemic, brought 450 million pieces of PPE into 27 states, saved lives. It's the greatest moment of my life, to be honest with you. But to sit here now and say, wow, I'm sitting at the table with a bunch of men and women of color, helping them raise money to accelerate the opportunity that they have in front of them. That's the greatest blessing of my life.
Yeah. And
You know
he's
what I'm
been at
saying?
that shit for a long time. And
we're really about to take it to the next level on that.
And it was on the floor, like really, really, like I remember.
Now they got 3,000 offices around the world capturing video, capturing stills. It's like, it's incredible. And this life is incredible. And
again, so here's another thing. I helped promote and shout that shit out from the beginning. People forget, you know, come back around and do some advertising. Do you know what I mean?
Say less. I have a meeting with them this week. I will make sure that they know that he's here in the chat. He's listening right now. And Deshaun.
So look, you see that message that says Cold Crush Brothers, the Turnout Brothers, and a few more deserve homage to the culture. I think the Turnout
Brothers
turned out very well.
And the Ha Ha Brothers.
I don't know who the Ha Ha Brothers are.
That was Diamond Jim, Darian Eagle, Kermit.
Jim and them. Jim.
The Ha Ha Brothers.
Jim made my high school years awful. Horrible.
Yo, same. And you know what's funny? And again, I don't really mind this. I really don't. I can name on one hand the dudes in high school that looked out for me. John Church, Kermit Dingle, Daniel Nunez.
Jonathan Church.
Right?
Oh.
Everybody else, like Darren, Armando, even Damon Thornton, may he rest in peace.
Armando
Cedric.
Beats.
Yo, they hit on me in high school. Shit on me in high school. Then we got it, and they were like, "Oh yeah, that was my man in high school," and that's cool. Like it's cool.
No, it's not cool.
It's cool. It is. We grow. We gotta grow. We gotta move on.
But we gotta hold niggas accountable first.
It doesn't mean. And how I hold them accountable is I won't ever make a beat with Mondo. I'm never gonna make. He ain't gonna get no bread off my table. But I ain't gonna hate on him. Like if somebody says, "Hey, you know anybody who does beats?" I got 40 producers I'm gonna name before I go to Mondo, but that's based on how you treated me in high school. B, like, let's just keep it funky. Like it's one thing to show you love, but it's another. I'm not gonna let you eat off my plate. Come on, now.
Okay. And this is a lesson. Even if you're not knowing who these people are, you know who these fucking people are in your lives. To everybody out there, because we all got these type of people in our fucking lives.
That
right?
part.
So
and I can show you love. And I can show you love, and I can like your posts, and I can share your posts, and wish you the best. But we ain't breaking bread. Nah, come on now, stop that. That ain't happening.
And my issue with Diamond Jim was way different than yours. He just would
I'm sure.
He wouldn't stop. Nowadays, it would be considered harassment, sexual harassment. Like every time I turned around, he was trying to be in my face. I could not go pee in the girls' bathroom without.
Mom, I have a picture of us in the lunchroom. I got my gray bubble goose on, my mouth open, side view. And it's Diamond Jim and you making this face. It's out there. Like, it's out there on Facebook. I saw that photo. I was like, oh, my goodness. Can we just keep it all the way funky?
It was so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad that his girlfriend at the time wound up putting all that shit in motion. Remember them bitches was jumping me? She put it in motion and tried to kill herself in school and said the reason
I remember that.
She blamed it on me, and I had
I
a
know.
whole relationship with Ronnie Tough. Like, I never
I
wanted Jim, and I
remember
would
that.
tell Jim every day, and Jim wouldn't tell her that I want you, but I want you because I can't have Tarsha. I feel like he had a hand in that by not checking his bitch, and that made my last year of high school
Miserable.
horrible. Yeah, so that's why I'm
Miserable.
with him to this day. And when I see him on social media, I block Jim. I block you. If you're in here now, it's because I have to be public in order to monetize.
I want to just say something also about growth, and it doesn't it look.
Fuck you. No, I'm stuck.
Okay. I want to say something about growth, and it's about me personally, not about you, my friend. Me. I was a horrible misogynist, not because I didn't know any better, because I didn't do any better. I wish I could say to you that I had the awareness at 18 that I have at 58. I didn't. I didn't have that cultural awareness. When I watch Kids, that movie, that is such a perfect depiction of us in New York as kids. Like, we were animals. We were animals. And if you think about the context of how we lived, not even just Queens, I'm talking about New York, Yusuf Hawkins, where you couldn't go and could go, you know, kids walking around. I remember my man walking around with a hatchet in his bag because he was going to go into the yards. Like, I had a 22, I had a 25. Like, we were savages. Like, but what did we know? You were either a church girl and you were protected by your parents, or you were outside. And I don't care if my parents were liberal, Jewish, middle class. Like, that's not how I was raised. I was raised being outside till the street lights came out. The Jewish community didn't accept me because I wasn't Jewish enough. I didn't know any white people that would like me. So where did I go? I went to hang out with my friends from middle school and from elementary school, Black and Puerto Rican, Diego. So what was I around? The love that I felt, even when I was getting my ass whooped. Like, I remember this one time I got jumped for my bike in Redfern, and I was looking around for my boys, and I was upset, and I'm crying. I was like 9 years old. I'm like, yo, why didn't you come help me? And I'll never forget what my friend said. He said, Michael, because if I would have came to help you, there would have been 30 dudes at my mother's house door. That was 9 years old. He knew the difference. He couldn't help an outsider from Redfern. He was my man. He took me inside. He cleaned me up, called my mother. They came to get me. But he couldn't step in.
Yeah.
He couldn't step in because he was like, yo, there'd be 100 people at his door.
But is that are you making this reference to compare why Jim couldn't?
No. What I'm making the reference to is that we, as young men and women coming up in New York, the rules and the values were really blurred because of how we existed going back and forth. I'm not saying that he should have had better discretion, and he probably knew better. Same way I probably knew better.
Yeah, like when you
we
have
just didn't do better.
Your girlfriend, right?
Right.
And then when you see it escalating,
right?
Like now we get mad.
But there's nobody chin checking him. Yeah, there's no right. And look, at the end of the day, my son, when he was, as soon as he could understand what I was saying to him, as I said it all the time, I said, Miles, I have one job. And my one job is to make you a better man than I ever was. So that at 21, you're not making the same mistakes I made at 21. And when you're 22, and I can honestly say that my son just became a 30-year-old man. And he even says, he goes, Dad, you did it. I'm a better man than you ever were. That's what I hang my hat on. Because the mistakes I made in my 20s, he didn't make in his 20s. I broke that cycle. I broke that cycle of misogyny. I broke that cycle of mistrust. I broke that cycle of transparency. The things that I was involved in as a wealthy, not wealthy, sorry, but a successful, that's better. Successful young man in my 20s who had a successful production company, successful artist career, successful blah, blah, blah career, clothing, all of that through my 20s. My son had a lot of equal success, but he did it differently, and I would like to say he did it better. And again, not to just kind of circle back to why I'm here to promote my album and all of that, but like all of that, all of these stories, all of this in my EP is all of this. Like that I can sit here at this point in my life and say, man, I still love making music. I still love rhyming. I still love having a point of view. I still love making music. And bonus, my music doesn't have to carry the burden of my lifestyle. Like, I don't have to worry about my music paying for this house and all of this and the people that come. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very grateful that the things that I did prior to this provide for me and my family. And now it's about my family's families and my other family's families and my grandbabies. Like, that's the monarchy I want to leave behind. And it's based on all the things we just talked about today. Understanding of race, understanding of what reparations can look like, at least for me, right? Like, while I can't repair what was done in slavery, I can make sure Nas never got jerked and he was a millionaire day one, A1. That when he signed his deal at Columbia, he had as many points as Billy Joel did. That he wouldn't have to worry, that as long as he sold a record, he was good. He never had to worry about a lawsuit. He never had to worry about getting his masters back because he signed a real, legitimate, great contract because I made sure of it.
So do you feel like
my reparations.
So it's the Nas, that's it for you?
No, not Nas. OC, nonfiction, Echo. Like what we did at Echo was never Nouveau. Like when I did my deals at Nouveau, people thought I was crazy.
But what are you doing now? Like how are you? Because you still, as long as you're eating off the culture, right? Mm-hmm. And you still are a Jewish man, you have to still.
Yeah. So Pac stock is one. Doing a capital raise, getting the money for Pac stock to accelerate their opportunity to do what they're doing is what I'm doing in real time. My artist, Bodie James, who I've signed to Searchlight since 2011, has a successful career as an artist. Nobody owns him. Nobody owns his publishing. He is freestanding. Our artist, Nisha Nashe, Queen of R&B Trap, independent artist, 100% self-funded. We do that.
Where is she located?
Detroit. By the way, Blessed, you should be playing Blessed every day when you start this show, besides your own music, obviously. Because right now I feel like her record is just so timely.
Oh, wait, is that the? I think Blessed. I know. I think we played that at the beginning of our the links.
Mm-hmm. They
came out to it and they played it up. Look, they played it enough that if I never play it, she got.
So what we did for Nisha, my partner Cedric Louis, being able to have a company that is self-funded, that 20 years hands up management, and I never went in his pockets. We just built his business from the ground up. Doing that. Fourth Base Music, which is our admin company for independent artists and writers who need a company to administer where all their money comes from. You know, there's a lot of producers out there that are doing 500 million, 1 billion streams that publishing companies and admin companies won't look at. So we do that for them. We organize their everything. We centralize, organize all of their money in a singular check. We take 25%, 15% goes to the servers and how the servers operate and the data center that runs all the data, which is a very small carbon footprint. It's in a building. We use reclaimed water. We have a very social conscious when it comes to our data center. But for every billion streams that we collect for artists, for every billion streams, our company makes $7,000 on every billion streams. So it's not about making money. It's about giving independent artists a place where their money can be centralized. And we do licensing deals. So we have deals with Amazon. We have deals with Google. We have deals with Netflix where we place music. Just had an opportunity for Skull Candy and Boss. So those are the things that I continue to do to give back. Even on TikTok, we have a live creator network called Wave Cannon that protects TikTok creators that want to be live creators. Again, we have about 2,000 creators. My check last month was $10. So I'm doing the best I can in the bandwidth that I have to make sure that I'm making sure people that basically, like I said, like I'm charging motherfuckers for what they did to the Cold Crush, but I'm actually giving back to the Cold Crush.
Right.
So that's what
my
I'm
goal.
doing in real time, and
To make sure
that's my contribution. You know, I'm only but one person, but that's my contribution.
No, I appreciate that. That they get something and you get little or nothing.
Yeah, and that's what I said. Like but here's the thing: little of nothing is not accurate. I get what I deserve. Like
Okay,
everybody says, like, oh, you know, oh, not. I made 2%,
I
and
get it.
I was entitled to that 2%, and it wasn't forever. I had to give it back to him. 35-year rule. I was the executive producer, so I don't eat for the rest of my life on that.
Can I say something? Because I wanted to thank you,
All
and I
right.
didn't get a chance to. When I left the block, you were on my phone, and you weren't saying what everybody else, well, but the 7 people that did actually reach out to me said. You got right to it, and you said, tell me whatever it is that you want and are ready to do next.
Yeah. I thought, and I told you this when I met you as well. I think you undervalued and
Thank you.
underutilized YouTube.
Thank
You
you
should have
for
been
that.
pushing you. Yeah, of course. Like I see. So here's the thing. I don't
But we
want.
don't have to. No, you and I can
No,
have
no,
this
no,
conversation. I
no, no,
prefer
no, 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 no.
actually
No, I'm not. No, no, I'm
to
not
have
going
it
there. No, I'm not
privately.
going there. I'm not going there. That's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is separate from you. I have a problem. Not, and again, not you. So I want to separate you because what I was saying to you was, let me know what I can do. Whatever we can do, what do you need? Period. Whatever you need, I got you. And I understand that there's like that time where you got to fall back and go, fuck. So I gave you that. But what I don't like, and I got a real, and I do, and I'm very vocal about this outside of the relationship. Phone is starting to get hot. Ah,
We
hello.
see you.
Am I there?
Yes.
There. Okay. Sorry. Phone is starting to get hot. Anyway, I wanted to share this. And you and I both know the difference. You were an entrepreneur before you went to radio. You were an artist and an entrepreneur before you got a job. After you had a job, you were an artist and an entrepreneur, then you got a job again. I get really angry, and I'm serious. I get angry when dudes I know and women I know get fired and then become entrepreneurs. Okay? And I mean this with all the love in my heart, not to Miss Jones, but to all of y'all who have long-standing jobs and then losing your job and then you're all like, oh, I'm an entrepreneur. You're number one on both my hands. I'm an entrepreneur. I haven't had a job since I'm 18 years old. I've hustled. I've built record labels, companies from the mud. 5 unicorns, which means billion-dollar evaluations from the mud. I'm an entrepreneur. Don't lose your fucking job and then all of a sudden you're an entrepreneur because that's disrespectful to dudes like me. That's what I'm saying. That has nothing to do with you. What I was going to say to you was what I loved about you was your direction as a broadcaster became obvious. That's what I was going to say. So when you did the Mom Donnie thing and you showed people that the reach and the ability is not based on the transistor, but it's based on the personality, that part.
Thank you. And I had to remind myself of that, but
yeah, I can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, it's too hot. Too hot. Can you hear me now?
I don't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, hang
It's
up.
because my phone is hot and my phone keeps coming in and I don't know how to do this. Hold on, let me see if I can cut this off.
And try and come back on. I'd like to say it's because our conversation is fire.
Can you hear me? Oh, thank you. Thank you. By the way, I want to say big shout out to my girlfriend, Elisa, who's now giving me the ability to hear you.
Oh,
thank
great.
you, babe. Go ahead. Can you hear me? Oh, thank you. Thank you. By the way, I want to say big shout out to my girlfriend, Elisa, who's now giving me the ability to hear you.
Oh, great.
Go ahead.
So Alicia's not your girlfriend.
By the way, I want to say big shout out to my girlfriend Elisa, who's now giving me the ability to hear you. Oh, great. Go ahead.
Alicia's not your girlfriend.
I don't even know what's going on. Now it's repeating crazy.
Yes, looping.
I'm gonna come right back. I don't
Okay.
know what the fuck is going on.
Okay.
This is insanity.
Alicia's not your girlfriend.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great conversation. Great conversation. You don't get this anywhere else but on Jonesy's show. And I love both of these guys. It's just fun. I've had separate conversations with both of them, and it's fun seeing them together again.
Let me see if he's back. Can you hear?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can't hear you. What the heck? What the hell? All right. I'm gonna go. If you can hear me, I love you both. Thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry that my 800 phone calls that came in interrupt this amazing conversation.
Oh yeah.
Anytime you want me to annoy and harass your show, I would love to do that.
Wait.
Love you, Giddy. Love you, Jonesy. One minute. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna type.
You're typing. Okay. Can somebody do like sign language?
And this is Search's new song, guys.
I can hear Giddy. Why can't I hear Giddy and I can't hear?
Tell him we need his thoughts on Max B coming at Kane.
Okay, so they want to know your thoughts on Max B coming at Big Daddy Kane.
What do you think my thoughts are on Max B going after Big Daddy Kane? What do you think? Like, first of all, in all fairness, I haven't seen the interview, so I don't understand the context. I've only seen the reactions. But I believe what I've heard is that Max B says he's had a greater impact on hip hop than Big Daddy Kane. Is that fairly accurate, Kitty?
That's what he led to. Like there's no relevance to Kane.
Well, we're all entitled to our opinion.
And our drugs. Tell them what I said.
And I wish Jonesy said everything. I wanna go out and come back because I want to hear what Jonesy has to say.
Okay.
Okay, go out and come back then.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out.
And we're entitled to our fucking drugs. Because that nigga gotta be still smoking. I said still. That's what I said.
And just to throw it away, this is the blessed song that he's talking about.
We got time. But I don't want to get demonetized. But we got time. But I like the music of it. All right, let's see. He's back.
He's okay.
Oh, now he's gone again.
Hey. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? But more importantly, can Giddy hear me?
Well, he said that.
Okay, thank you.
He said what I said was we're entitled to our opinions, and I said and our drugs because clearly Max B is.
He's on all the drugs, but again, two sides of the coin, right? Perspective. I don't believe Max was around to really grasp the impact that King Asiatic Nobody's Equal had in New York. I would believe that if he was there to see it, when Kane and Rick were pushing the Testarossa Mercedes-Benz kit with the BBSs, and you saw Kane coming out of Dapper Dan in $17,000 worth of gear a week, I think that Max may have a different perspective on the level of fly that Kane had on the culture. Kane was the original two cuts in the eyebrows trying to wild out. Max's impact is certainly significant on today's culture. No, how can you just say that?
It's too early to tell.
He's the wave king. He started wavy. He wavy, baby. Like, yo, you got to give the man his love where love is due.
I will not because he's not giving to Kane. So what you giving Kane, we giving you because you going to get it.
Okay, gotcha. I have a different perspective and it might be really super boring.
Yours is probably
it's just but Miss Jones, it's just mine. Like I at this point in my life, I'm not interested in being right. Like, I really don't want to be right. I just want to share my perspective. If people care, they care. If they don't, they don't. I'm just saying that I try my best at this season in my life to see both sides of the mirror, the one that I'm pointing at and the one that's facing me, right? So for me, I can see the cultural significance that Max had from his phone calls with Cameron from jail, from what he did in terms of creating that whole wave Coke Boys vibe, the same way Jeezy, you know, Jeezy's Snowman movement in Atlanta did not impact me the way it impacted T.I., the way it impacted, Titty Boy and Two Chainz. Like, it didn't, but when I talked to Usher about it, like, it's like the cultural significance of Kane to them. When Snowman came out, like, the world stopped for them. That whole 1014 movie, like, that was a movement for them.
I get it, but out of respect for the culture, and the culture is too fragile for you not to just shut up or say, I'm not familiar, or I respect the OG for what he's put down.
Right.
But to come out and then you double down and then wallow in them, start laughing because it's uncomfortable for them not to laugh. It's like, I would like to have seen the grown man in them and the matured artist in him arrive.
But don't you think there's some ego in that too? And don't you think that there's some worldwide wrestling and the culture's about poking the bear?
Now I do, because he's continuing to talk about it. So he sees that he's going viral. But I think initially it was just pure stupidity. I have a microphone and some Wi-Fi. So let me just say some shit.
And listen, with all due respect, they have Wi-Fi and they got about 13 million subscribers. I think $1 million worth of game has 25 million subscribers, 40 million. They get about, I think, something like 22 million uniques a week. That's a big audience. I mean, that's almost 6 times the size of Fallon Show, Tonight Show combined.
But it's so big that a bitch like me would have come prepared, like I did for Drink Champs and the Breakfast Club. So when you start taking it seriously and realize that there's work that should be done before you step on those 22 million viewered platforms, right? Then and only then can you make comments like that, because I know that you will be able to support them with the reasons why you feel that way. Ain't nobody got time for you just to be talking hot and spicy because you got caught off guard and you don't give a fuck. No.
And listen, I think that there's going to be very similar things here where people might pull things from the cast and the Isabella Wilkerson conversation and now are going to look at me sideways. But the point is, I think to all of this, right, at the end of the day, what he's trying to do is exactly what that platform was meant for, which is to start conversations. Because the truth is, you and I wouldn't have even thought about having a conversation about Max B unless it was connected to our brother Kane. Like, you and I wouldn't have even thought about talking about Coke Boys 3 and how dope I Went Deaf on a Bitch was. And we wouldn't even be thinking about that record or French or Max if he didn't collude with us and have this conversation.
I'm still not thinking about it. Someone in the comments asked that. Eric Jenkins has been asking that all morning.
Shout out to Eric Jenkins.
Yeah, because Mrs. Jenkins' son.
Mrs. Jenkins' son, AKA.
But did I ever get your answer about the roast, the Kevin Hart roast, how he's doubling down on that?
Yeah, yeah. So no, you didn't, because you started talking about your own roast and I'm like, cool. No, so, I think, what do I think? That's a really good question.
Do you agree that that was an opportunity for 17 white boys who happen to be comedy writers to get off all of their personal inhibitions and racial tropes about Black people and get a pass and not get in trouble by daddy and mommy?
Oh my goodness, you're gonna make me faint. Oh my goodness. That's probably the most accurate depiction of what went down in the history of what went down. Can I just say 2 words? Say less.
which is why we having part 2 at Comedy in Harlem next month, and nobody is safe. Nobody is safe. Your dead uncle.
Excuse me. I would like to be in the dunk tank as the culture vulture. Can we have a dunk tank on stage? And I just
You've had enough. You've done enough.
Huge culture vulture. I want a culture vulture dunce cap that says "Search gets the gas face." I want to sit there like this.
You have done enough. You don't deserve that. I put Cassidy in there.
How far?
Rosenberg and Eminem.
No, I think it's so funny because people will be like, he's getting just what he deserves. Fuck that white devil. You remember them calling me a white devil? Fuck that white devil, Search. He's a white devil. I always knew it.
No,
I always knew he was a culture vulture.
Thank you for coming on.
Babe, you can come get your phone, babe.
The comments.
I know you need it.
We appreciate the grown conversation.
Listen. And what Giddy said is true. Like, I could never be this comfortable with another human being except someone I've known since I'm 13 years old. So, like, I can't go on any other show and talk like this.
Yeah,
I mean, like, it's just because I trust you, and I know that if you're going to chin check me on anything, and I'm going to be super, super careful about not getting chin checked by you.
Well, with just the culture shit, like, that's it. Because you are my friend.
Yeah, but do you think that? But in all fairness, on the other side of it, it's true. Do you think that there are white people that did contribute to the culture, separate from me? Mac Miller, did he contribute to the culture? In your eyes?
I'm not a great person. I'm not a great person to ask. I'm sure.
Action Bronson.
Way, but I would say they contributed to rap.
House of Pain.
Rap.
Did they contribute to culture?
The rap music, not the.
Why wouldn't you say culture? Why wouldn't it be that they brought in a level of white middle class Irish kids who might not have known about Funk Dubious, who might not have known about Cypress Hill, who might not have known about Showbiz and AG, who might not have known about Digging in the Crates? Because those are the people that they worked with, DJ Lethal.
Because because based on a history of, I can't say what they didn't know, and based on the history of their ancestors always studying us and stealing from us and trying to remix shit to make it look like it's some new shit. That's why I won't hand it away. And I will say, I haven't done enough research to know any of what I just said to be true. But based on the experience with white folks always taking our shit and trying to repackage it, sell it back to us at a very high price, I will reserve my comment.
That's fine. So, I mean, it's funny. I was, I was having a conversation with a young person about, how much they love this, old school hip hop, right? I call it timeless hip hop, but they can call it whatever they want. He didn't realize that the words to gas face, he just knew the term gas face because of ESPN and Reggie Miller. When somebody does this, like, oh, he gave him the gas face on the 3. Or when somebody gets struck out by high heat, like, a fastball, Scott Van Pelt says gas face given, right? And when they hit a home run off that shit, it's like gas face given, I beg to differ, a home run, right? So this young man only knew about that. And I said to him, do you know what I said on that record? Like, do you even are familiar with the verse? He didn't know. And I said, in 1988, I said on a record that played on black radio, black cat is bad luck, bad guys wear black, must have been a white guy that started all that. Get the gas face for those little white lies. My expression to the mountain is blue eyes. Diff on my face and shake my skull cap. Dismiss the myth that evil is not black. The knowledge of self that I had from the guys that I grew up with that allowed me to be part of this culture also allowed me to see things that most white people weren't privy to see. And the first thing he said was, they let you actually say that on the radio? And I said, yeah, because they didn't know I was white when I was saying it. We didn't have any promo photos out. We didn't have any videos out. They just thought I was a black kid from Queens spitting truth. Same way Brand Nubian was, the same way Chuck D was, the same way KRS was. And then when step into the AM KR and then they saw us, they were like, damn. Hey, babe, you can have your phone, babe. Oh, I'm sorry. We also have 3 animals that are maniacs, by the way.
Was that strategy? Was that purposeful strategy to not show you before you?
Yes, absolutely. Because, there's 2 sides of that. One is because I wanted people to judge us on the music. And because the Beastie Boys had come before us on Def Jam, I didn't want them to think, oh, this is another Beastie Boy ripoff, right? Me and Pete were very, very, very conscious of the fact that we didn't want promo photos. We didn't want to have publicity photos. We didn't even want to have a music video. We wanted that record out for like almost 7 months with just the third bass loco, the 3 in the bass, and MC Search, Pete Nice, Step Into the AM, no photos, because we wanted to be judged on the music. We just wanted people to love it because of the music. So yes, 100% intent, 100% with intent. And the other side of that was Wes Johnson, may he rest in peace, said that if he was going to bring a bunch of white boys to black radio and have to convince a black programmer that a black artist should be bumped off their black chart for a bunch of crackers, I better know them black folk forward and backward and be ready to be thankful the second they played my music. So I went to the New York Public Library and I studied everybody. Your former boss, Helen Little. They gave me a run. You know, we're going to go to USL. We were going to go to PGC. We were going to go to KYS. We were going to go to Wowie. These are all call letters, y'all, of radio stations on the East
I
Coast.
actually never worked for Helen Little.
I thought you did when you guys were at BLS.
I never worked at BLS.
Really?
I
thought when you were at Hot 97, I thought that's when they consolidated Hot and okay.
That was
right.
That came after when I left in 2000.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, okay, my bad.
No, it's fine.
So, but I had to study Helen. Like and Helen had an amazing career when she came from the University of Houston, and then went to QUE, and then went to Howard. So, I'm studying Dewey Decimal System. Music director, program director, Steve Hegwood, and I love this story. I've only told it once or twice, so I'll tell it real quick because you were in Philly. So we go to USL, first radio station I ever saw outside of KISS. And the only time I saw KISS and BLS, as you know, is to go see Marley or go see Chuck Chill Out and Red Alert. So you never really saw the office because it wasn't like you were there during business hours. So I go to USL in 1988. It's the most professional looking, it's like a black version of Mad Men. Everyone's suit and tie, buttoned up. Women had, to their, skirts down to the ankles, 100% professional. Railroad office. You walked in, the lobby was there. You could see all the way down the office this way, that way. Studio was right there. Helen's office was right there. Wes Johnson came in, and Wes Johnson was a combination of Don King and Jim Brown. 6'6", hair like this, literally invented radio promotion. May he rest in peace. And was my mentor. Goes to see Helen, gets a big hug. Hey, baby, Kibitzing, the whole thing. She's come in, what you got? And Wes goes, go ahead, Serge, go tell Helen about your little ass record. Pete, I said, come on, Pete. Pete went.
He shook his head.
So I got my hot top fade. I'm going there. She sits down, grabs the record. She's about to put it on the turntable. I said, Miss Little, can I ask one question? She said, yeah. I said, you graduated from the University of Houston and went to QUE, and you were the first female music director at that station. But within 6 months, you wanted to go to Howard. And Howard's the first radio station that's both college and commercial. What did you learn from your time at college radio in Houston and at your short time at QUE that you brought to you at Howard University? And she took off her glasses. And she said, baby, let me tell you, that shit was so fucked up because and she's just telling me her life story. And I said, I said, oh, can I ask one more? I said, you spent 6 years there and then you decided to vacillate. You were going to go to PGC, but then you went to USL. What was the final decision? Blah, 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 blah. And she was the first black female program director ever. There wasn't another one. Kathy Hughes was the only one before her, and she was at ERQ, but she owned the whole bitch.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm in there 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Gives me this big hug. I go back outside. She calls in Wes. He goes, how'd it go? And I said, I just asked a bunch of questions. He goes, did you even play the record? I said, no. Go back out. I hear the record playing. I played for like 10 seconds. And that was it. I was like, Like I was just like, shit was whack, right? And at the sound of the tone, the time would be 12 a.m. She listened to that, the ring, and then she heard ready in the intro, and I heard that, and then it was off. I mean, he was in there 5 minutes. And this place is dead quiet like a black library, right? Like nobody's talking. He comes out, and I'm talking about it was a railroad office. You can hear everything. And Wes Johnson points at me and he goes, and he had this big voice. You little motherfucker. Meet me at the fucking dumpsters right now. Everybody turned around. Like E.F. Hutton. When E.F. Hutton talks, when Wes Johnson talks, everyone listen. I start crying. Because where I'm from, you go to the dumpsters, you don't come back from the dumpsters. So I literally thought he's going to kill me. And I'm crying. I mean, I'm walking out and I'm getting emotional. I'm crying. And he's behind me. And he got my back to the dumpster. And I'm crying. And he's pointing my chest. He said, listen to me, you little white motherfucker. You tell me everything you told that woman right fucking now, beginning to end. I want to hear every fucking thing you said to that fucking woman right now. And my voice went up about 10 octaves. I just asked her when she was at the University of Houston, and she went to me. And I'm crying.
Get to it. And what did he say? She's gonna play the record?
Are you gonna ruin the story for me? Am I not allowed my emotional build up, damn it?
Because anyway. Helen's on the phone listening to this right now. So
I love Helen. She knows Helen knows the story. I already told her I love her for this. So he says to me, listen, you little motherfucker. He said, do you understand the fucking problem you just put me in? Do you understand the fucking problem? I got to go back to Slick Rick. I got to go back to Public Enemy. I got to go back to Run DMC. I got to go back to LL Cool J. I got to go back to every fucking black artist and tell them the first fucking Def Jam artist to get rotation, full-time rotation on USL is you two little white motherfuckers. He said, I don't know what the fuck you said to Helen, but you better fucking do that in every fucking station we going to. Where are we going next? We're going to ERQ. Who is ERQ? Kathy Hughes. And then it's Kathy Hughes. She's the first black billionaire radio. By the time I got to Kathy Hughes, Helen told everybody, yo, there's this kid Search, this group Third Base. Ask him what he knows about you. Ask him what he knows about you. She was the first person to add our record. First human being, added full-time rotation, step into the AM. And that's how important those human beings were to me. Because so Wes made it me know fact. A fact.
On the show this morning, and he started talking about you, so I figured you would get a kick out of this.
She already heard the story from Tony Monty.
Yeah, but when people hear you, the reason why you won, right? The reason why you won with her initially is because you revisited her history.
Yeah, because she was amazing.
Right, but people love. So here we are 1,000 years later, and you're still reciting the story like it just happened this morning.
Verbatim, because sorry.
So let Helen live and know that we love you, sis. We remember you. We honor you. And I love how you have pivoted and still continue to land on your feet. That's it.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
That's it.
I'm
I
not,
just
no,
let my little
fine.
voice know, just to let, because these are the things. We don't know what kind of day she's been having. Yep. We don't know if somebody's telling her you're never gonna make
she's still on the radio, BLS, incredible voice, incredible.
Maybe that's not enough. You know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe being in light of them is not enough. So your words right there, you don't even realize might make her day. That's all. And this is what I do for my sisters.
No, I love that.
Back. I don't.
By the time I got to Steve Hegwood at PGC, all he said was, "Yo, where's the white boy to tell me about me?" I told Steve Hegwood all about him, met him, and then the one thing I remembered out of all of that, because by the time I got to Atlanta, we were getting added left and right. And then Wes said to me, "You know, you're building your second career," and I wasn't listening to him. I just wanted to be a rapper. And they said, what do you mean? He goes, you're going to become a radio promotion guy because everybody's going to remember you for this. He goes, and when you're ready to drop the mic, I'm hiring you to do radio. And then Barry Weiss said the same thing. And then another label, Andrea Gannis, said the same thing. My man, Rob Stone, he said the same. So that became my second career. Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss from Jive Records, president of Jive Zomba.
Okay.
He is actually the first. He's the only one whose word was bond with me. Because when I started having children and all that, and I had Nas, I was like, you know what? I should go look for a job. And I went to Barry and I said, yo, Barry, and he took me down to Jack Saturn and Ken Lane. They said, hey, this is your new mix show guy. His name's MC Search. Give him an office. We'll deal with HR. And they had me there for one day. I love Jack Saturn for this, but to this day, I'm like, fuck you, Ken Lane, because you stopped me from feeding my family. And that shit is real important. So fuck a Ken Lane. I don't give a fuck about that Ken Lane motherfucker. The next day, they hired this dude named Horst McMahon from Providence, who was on Kicks 106. They brought him in to do mix show. They given him the job 2 days before I got mine. And Barry had to let me go. And they could have kept me both, but Ken chose him over me. And I never forgot that shit. Even though I was eating, by the way, let's be real clear. Nas was already signed. OC was already signed. I went to Wild Pitch right after that. But to me, like, I'm old school. Like, if you feed me, we're loyal, period. If I put food on your plate, you put food on my plate, that's it. Like, we don't have to even say nothing less. You know, that's it.
Yeah.
When you take food off my plate, you stop me from feeding my babies, yeah, and I ain't fucking with you. And when Mike Kaiser was at Atlantic, Ken Lane came in the office and tried to say hello to me. And I was like, mm-hmm. He's like, oh, you don't remember me? I said, no, I remember you. I remember how you took food off my baby's plates. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
And he looked at me crazy. I said, bro, what the fuck you looking at, man? I ain't the fucking one. Keep playing football with your man.
Yeah.
And this is when I had Nouveau.
Yeah. Kaiser will play those games. But
anyway.
I'm the same way.
No, and it's something that I've learned to let go. Like, I know that I have that bitterness, that New York bitterness, that deep down, every once in a while, I'm like, the world owes me something. And that comes from the amount of sweat equity I put into this.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? And the amount of heart and passion that I put into this. And, you know, I heard Peter say something on Pivot about protecting the culture, and it wasn't his job. Like, I really took it as my job to protect the culture. Like, that's
Peter
why we went.
Yeah. See, this is what, when you say foolish shit like that, that's what makes people say, all right, you might have given back, but when you say shit like that, that means that's in you, that you really feel like you're doing us a favor, us who did not ever invite you in.
No. He said, no. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it, because maybe you're hearing it inaccurately.
Mm-hmm.
He was saying that based on the roles he was given, the employment, and based on the fact that he loved the culture as much as he did and how much knowledge he had, he felt that it was his responsibility to protect the culture that he loved. Same way a New York Met fan will protect, like, I'm a Met fan. I can't root for the Yankees.
No,
they might suck, but you know what I'm saying? So I apologize. I wanted to appropriately frame it. So, and it's the same thing with me, like that Kermit, that John, that whoever gave me my ghetto pass to say, yeah, it's okay for him to do. Because remember, when I first started writing rhymes and music and art, like Lord Taru from the Eternal Force, J. Cool from the Fresh MCs, I would be rhyming under my breath in the lunchroom. They'd be like, yo, what you doing, white boy? You can't do that. You a fucking spectator, not a participator, white boy. Don't fucking get it fucked up. Like, I was told to my face, I'm not allowed to rap. I can enjoy it, and I can be a spectator. I can't be a participator. That went into, like, my senior year. Like, I had a choice. Like, I could go to St. Louis School of Music, because they were scooping us all up, giving us free 4-year rides. St. George Washington School of Music, St. Louis University, whatever it was, 4-year scholarship. Anybody coming out of music and art, as long as you could sing, read music, they will give you a free ride. Fuck a St. Louis. The fuck am I doing in St. Louis? I'm from Queens. The fuck? So I came up with a plan to be a rapper. I told my mother at Shabbos dinner, like, what do you mean? You're going to wrap gifts at Sears? What do you mean a rapper? What the fuck's a rapper? I'm like, no, it's this culture. And that was because, like, I knew that coming out of high school, because I was rhyming around my boys, and I was rhyming around the Ha Ha brothers and and I was rhyming around, you know, Dana Dane. They were like, oh, yo, nah, you're kind of nice. Like, you should battle. Dana Dane was the first person to tell me out of high school, like, no, you got to start battling. Go to every project. And me and my man, and it was funny because my man Math and Understanding said the same thing. They're like, yo, you nice. Like, yo, when we go serve our little things at Vandermeer, we're going to set up battles. That's how I got all my money to go to Latin Quarter. Because I would do these battles on Friday, and then I'd get my bread, dip into the yard before I got jumped, and then go to Latin Quarter. So
before
the
you
ghetto
got
pass that I got, like I still hold on to this day, because without that, I would not have had the opportunities that I had. And if I didn't see the things that I saw as a fan, like to go from hearing these fourth and fifth generation tapes of the Kango Crew to seeing the Kango Crew, and then my locker roommate, my locker mate, Jay Cool and Born Unique become the Fresh 3 MCs, and they got FRE, and I'm like playing ball with them,
Well,
you
your
know?
story is a little different than like I said, than the Cassidys and those that just watch from afar. You, by default, because you grew up in it, and then you chose to go to school with it, and then you chose to study and perfect it, and you chose to be outside when it wasn't popular. Your story is a little different.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I also appreciate
And
the
we appreciate
mentorship
you.
that Johnny Walker gave me, that Wes Johnson gave me, because
Yeah, no,
he made it abundantly clear to me like how important it was for us to appreciate and respect the fact that there was going to be a black artist that wasn't going to be on the chart because of third base.
and that's a fact.
Yeah, and I didn't take that for granted. I really
I'm gonna
didn't.
call you. What time are you free, or what day?
Whenever
Right.
just text me and
No,
say, yo,
I'm
you got
getting
8
off
minutes.
now. I'm getting off, but I want to talk to you because I feel like I'm conditioned to, you guys are my friends, and I don't come to you for resources ever. Like I always land on my feet on my own, right? This time, I'm not going to let the bitterness take over. I'm going to tap into my friends that are my resources and elevate the shit that I got going on.
Mhm.
I got a lot of stuff going on. Good stuff.
Yeah. And I think that's really important. And I think you have to take that time to mourn, because, the funny thing is, for the, people listening, me and Miss Jones were up for that job at the Block. We were the two finalists
And I
for
wish
that
you had
job.
gotten it. I wish you had gotten it now. but I have
I'm
to
so
say
glad
that
I didn't.
it was the same day. The same day he called me was the same exact day 15 years ago that Power 99 let me go. And it the same day. So I had to sit there and say, there's a meaning here. There's something you're being taught, and God knows you pay attention to numbers and dates and stuff like that, right?
So here's what's crazy. So talk about numbers and dates.
It was your father's. I remember. I remember. So I subscribed.
Crazy.
I believe it. So when I said the same day, 15 years ago, and I said, but what's different? I said, what's different is that my kids were 3 and 7 and about to turn 8 next week. And my concern was, how am I going to pay the second half of this birthday party? And they're not even trying to let me get unemployment. Like they were like on some, you're the worst person in the world, which later on we would find out that they got scammed by this daycare woman. They tried to get their lawsuit money back from her, and that I was innocent all along. But in that moment, I was a mess. Now it happens, and I'm like, you still got Pix 11. If you should choose to stay with Pix 11, you got Clear My Name that you self-produced, your daytime talk show. You got that pilot. You got Pink Champs that you never fully tapped into. You got that. You got the 90s Girl concert that you license out and people are buying it. And you can start a YouTube or a StreamYard or whatever yourself because it's the brand. So I thank the Block, because without having the opportunity to come back after 15 years and dust myself off and start new music, get nominated for Grammys after all this time, I wouldn't have known that I still had that within me. So
I'm very grateful that we are alive outside and able to have these conversations. And more importantly, I'm grateful at the fact that we can, at this age and in time and season in our life, can look at ourselves through an honest lens. I know where my growth continually comes from, right? Like I know the things that I did at 25, I can't do at 59, right? Because, and Muhammad Ali said it best: if you're the same man at 57 than you were at 27, you wasted 30 years of your life, right? So a lot of the bitterness that I hold on to as an OG, it's so lighter to let it go. And the more I let go of this bitterness, because it's just built in, the more blessings Hashem gives me. It's crazy. Like the more I release myself of the things that trap me, the more I get in return. Because I realize that the time and the effort that it takes me to shit on somebody is the same time and effort that I can do to put love on somebody. And I'd rather spread love and hugs than slugs and drugs.
And that's the word.
You know what I'm saying? So I love you. I'm glad we had this conversation because
I'm so
goodness, that
glad
went
too.
everywhere. That went a lot of places. It literally went from Brooklyn to Rhode Island to reparations to Wilkerson and Cast to hip hop to F some people to their number one on both hands to my record to your thing in Punta Cana. Giddy, did we cover enough? I think as a producer, I think Giddy did.
We played a little bit of your music while you had to step away.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Recalling Helen Little and Humble Beginnings, right?
Amazing, and just this has been incredible, and I appreciate you.
I appreciate
I love you too, and please, all of y'all meatballs out there, just tell 2 friends. Just spread the word. Just tell 2 friends and tell 2 friends. You don't got to tell a whole lot of people. Just tell 2 friends to tell 2 friends and help her expand her platform because voices like this are important. Independent voices are important.
They are loyal. Oh. Thanks, Serge.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
All right, love you.
Bye to Serge.
All right, sir. We'll be speaking.
All right. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Thanks for showing up.
MC Serge, legend. The OG. You put Jonesy's friend. Shut up. Thank you guys for your patience because I know that shit went bing, bong, boom, bong, bing, bong, everywhere. You guys need to do a podcast. I don't know if I'm going to have time. I don't even know if I'm going to have time for a podcast because honestly, and this ain't even me being on no bullshit, I don't even have time based on what's going to be required to get this R&B Divas New York off the ground while I'm still getting episodes for Pink Champs going. That's the real reason why I got Helen Little on the line. Because I'm going to get her stories. Because remember, it's Pink Champs because the women were there too. Right? Nori and them be getting caught up in their conversation. And sometimes sometimes he cuts you off and you don't get back to your thought. And sometimes he don't want you going in on his friends. Like, he don't want girls coming on telling what necessarily happened. He'll be like, easy. Oh. Protecting his friends as he should. I have no problem with Nori or EFN. How could I? How could I ever? So, but it's taken a lot of time out of my life coordinating and yeah, it's a lot. So while the podcast, that's a compliment. Thank you. I can't do another thing. And Giddy's busy too.
That was a great time, I believe. And everybody was leaving their comments inside. Everybody believes it was a great one. It was a great time. I really appreciate that. I appreciate both of you guys.
I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think more and more, it makes me really appreciate my younger days because I was just being younger.
Right.
I didn't realize I was creating equity.
Exactly. You didn't realize what you were doing then would be relevant now.
And so that's why I start standing on shit when I see these young kids trying to clown me or get sassy. No, nigga, I created this shit. I created it before many platinum parts of the culture even were accepted in. So yeah. Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Ribmai. Ribmai, did you do I owe you something for merch? I said earlier, if I owe anybody merch, because I do have some pieces left that I'm sure somebody ordered and paid for. But if not, or you don't want it anymore, just tell me and I'll reimburse you. Whoever. We hope you pen a memoir. One day soon, ever since you told Nori, neither. He said no one has ever responded like that. I'm just a... He said, who do you prefer? This one or that one? I was like, neither? Like, thank you, Anita. Was I out of line speaking on racial reaction? Absolutely not. And you saw I posted it, right? Serge is one of those guys. He ain't running from no questions. He's not running. And he's been opposed before. He's been the face of the enemy, even though he's not the soul of the enemy, but he's built for it. So that Cassidy, not so much. But when I realized that he's powered by motherfucking Chill Will from the Get Fresh crew, I can't really be mad at who I need to be mad at, which is Will. Because I love Willie. But still. Why don't you have Jules activated? I don't know what that is. And I feel stupid not knowing what that is. This was awesome. I've never caught him on an interview before, so this was raw and organic. Oh, thank you, guys. Please allow that to reflect in your Cash Apps and Zells. Did I tell you my Cash App? And there's no Kami in Harlem tomorrow. So finish the roommate story at the college. The roommate story. Which one? Can you ask? Can you bring it up?
Oh, so what they were talking about is you started telling them what happened recently with, I know the story because you told me, but what you started before he came on talking about the mother.
Oh, bitch. Let me get my cigarette. So, all right, now I got to go back a little. This is the radio in me. Never assume that the same 3 people listening are the same 3 people. There may be more, and they'll be like, what the fuck? And a good story goes lost because you didn't give context. So, for those of y'all that don't know, my son Jalen goes to ASU, and his roommate got choked out by the other roommate. He had nothing to do with nothing, but he witnessed it all. Maybe. So the one that choked the other roommate got arrested, and when the cops asked the guy that got choked, did he lose air at all when he was being choked? And he said, yeah, they increased the charge to attempted murder. His mother is a lawyer, the kid that did the choking. So she called allegedly the other mother of the kid and tried to get the charges dropped. And the other mother was like, no, I'm not dropping the charges. So I knew based on that, I said, Jalen, this is not your, stay out of it. Stay out of it. So the mother, a few days later, and I've been waiting for this, called and said she was coming over to get her son's things. So I tell Jalen when she gets there, put me on the phone because I needed to let her know that it's unfortunate what happened to her son, but that me and my son have nothing to do with that. And, you know, don't think that we're getting involved. He tells me I'm an adult. I got this. You know, I don't like the way she was talking, very tough and aggressive. So I'm just going to make sure, you know. And I'm like, make sure what? Make sure what? First of all, she's an OG. She's a Black woman, probably around my age. Her son just got arrested for attempted murder. And even though she's a lawyer, she's blacking out. Don't be the one. Don't be the one. Like, that's not your hill to die on. So she comes and she says she bringing 5 people with her. So Jalen's like, who are these 5 people? I don't feel comfortable with them necessarily just having access to the house for 4 hours. Because she was like, we only need from 4 to 8. So when she came in, she said something and he said, what did he, I don't remember what he said, but because he said it like, well, I don't know if it's going to be 4 hours. So, and they need to hurry up and get here because we can't have this dog outside in the heat while you guys are inside. Because they were trying to be out because they were told that they could not come in unless they had a police officer with them, right? And here they are. So he said, I don't even know if we should let them. And I said, just let them. Just let them. You won. So she says, excuse me, I'm an adult. He goes, technically, I am too. And you're in my house. And because her son hasn't paid his portion of the rent, but whatever. So when she leaves from getting the stuff, I would find out that Jalen was videotaping, which is smart to do. She says, she gets in her car and she goes, And you better be glad that I'm not who I was back in the day from Jersey City, because I would have called somebody and had you shot. Not to Tarsha's son, because you know I'm the face of mental health. So what? Like, why? And Jalen got it on video. So Jalen went to the cops and told them what she said. And the cops, the Arizona cops said, because she said, if I was, that's not really a threat. I said, well, it may not be a threat, but I'm sure her employer does not want to see or hear about that video that will be debuted on Jonesy in the morning. As soon as I get Jalen home and out of that environment, we got a new movie to watch. And we need to find this bitch. And maybe or maybe not, she gonna want to have a separate conversation with, bitch, I know that was your son. I used to listen to you. Maybe she'd be like, I ain't fuck with you then. I knew it was your son, and I knew it was gonna come back to you now. I don't know, but you know how it goes. When you're ready to throw it all away, it's like a hair trigger. So, and if you're watching, I'm telling you now that my son ain't have nothing to do with that shit, and you didn't have any right to be threatening him. And I understand that you were angry at the collective, but we as Black women, especially us attorneys, we have to be more composed. Shut up, Kiki. We have to be more composed, and we have to be more measured with our words, because my son he was not involved in that shit. And your son's case is still pending. You might want to be nice to my son, because you might need my son as a witness. But again, I understand the hot-headedness of it all, which is why I told my son, fall back, let her, if you don't say nothing, they can't fuck with you. Go in your room and close the fucking door. Like, that's not even your dog. Let your roommates, whose dog it is and whose tarantula it is, let him deal with that shit. Hi, Tracy. The word if changed the legal landscape via threats. Well, let's see how her employer feels about that. The way they rolling back Black women's jobs and looking for any reason and no reason at all to let you go. Let's look at how her clients feel about that. Because once I put the video and you see her face and you keep hearing it, and Giddy does the loop and the loop and the loop, and we just start servicing it out. Help us find this woman. She threatened my son. You know how y'all internet warriors be on that shit. Like, this her name. She grew up a block away from your father in Jersey City. She works here. She did that. Did a little bit of time. Blah, 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 blah. All because you're going to learn today. Manage your emotions, ma'am. I know it's so fucking hard to do, but this show makes my day go by so fast. I'm glad. Oh, man. Yeah. I know y'all the expert at, especially you, Tracy. We're going to find her. Just let me get my boy home. John, because it's a whole bunch of messy mess. You just like messy mess like the rest of us. I mean, don't play with nobody's son, especially my son that could possibly be your witness and say, I witnessed the choke out and he never quite lost it. But again, she's emotional. It's a lot going on, but be glad you're a lawyer because your son going to need one. Exactly. Redirect. Thank you for reminding me to tell my little story. That was a story I needed to tell for my purposes. Ooh, child. There's so much going on in these Arizona streets. Plumber streets. Jersey Shore streets. She said that to Jalen, and he got it on video. That's why I said. And then she tried to say him videoing her was harassing her. Okay, I'll feed in. We still gonna file the charge. And so that means that me posting the video is gonna be her saying, now I'm harassing. I'd rather me than him. Let's go. But thoughts of that have to be released from my mind because I've got a whole network and a television show to prepare, and I can't be getting in the mess. But I'm still posting that motherfucking video. That I know, and let her deal with the fallout from that. I'm so glad you said No albums in the basement. Oh, but I hope they didn't get messed up in the garage because the garage is not like connected to the house. Do we know why he got choked out? I don't know exactly what. So funny. Nobody asked that. Thank you for asking that. I mean, I don't know in that particular moment, but it could be a number of things, including, but not limited to, his mother, that roommate's mother, having to take over paying the rent because the kid that did the choking wasn't paying his on time, was taking my money and the other mother's money for utilities and not paying the utility bills. Our kids are trying to finish their projects for the end of the year and the Wi-Fi is going off. Why? Because he didn't pay the Wi-Fi bill. And then he starts doing day-to-day. I didn't even know you could do that shit. Paying for a day of Wi-Fi. And he's not even in the house. He's staying out at his girlfriend's house. So our kids are suffering. So her son must have said something about it. Maybe. Because I wasn't taking that on. I already knew if you ain't paying your rent and I'm barely paying Jalen's rent on time, I'm not taking that burden on. But she stood up and the son got frustrated and said something to that. I'm just assuming. And then that nigga came in 6 o'clock in the morning. But 6 o'clock in the morning, how many pumps in the bump did you have? Wyatt at 6 in the morning jumping on some fucking body. Jumping on. And then you got to be so high. You jumping on the nigga with the tarantula? Like, buddy, what are we doing? How are you tarantula, man? I'm not. I'm letting that fly. And he got the dog. Named dog. Yeah, not me. I'm surprised Jalen ain't come in here. Like, can you please stop telling personal business? Don't you tell people what happened in 5G stays in. Are you and Shampoo going to continue the show at Flip's house? Nope. Flip said it's over. And that's when I don't like. You loop me in and then you decide when you going to just end. I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Or like, I don't like that. Thank you, Vidmine. We need an all-day show. No, we don't. Let me tell you something. When I was down in the Jersey Shore apartment, that shit was so quiet and peaceful that I had to ask myself, is this serial killer quiet and peaceful? Like, what? Like what? Everybody's not trying to live here. But I was like, aside from the cat, and maybe not enough storage space or bedrooms for my liking, which turns it into a whole another story. I was enjoying it. It was like a simple, I couldn't do nothing because I didn't have nothing. So I was forced to be at peace with myself. And then when I was down there, I was like, I got a call from one of the football colleges. And they were like, we getting ready to pull up. And it's one of Che's top schools. So he was like, you want to be there? And I said, should I? He was like, wait, you don't want to make him nervous. So if you ain't been going, don't go. But then I went, and I was glad that I went. Mm-hmm. And I got to see him in action, and I got to see the coach's reaction to him in action. And I got to see the handshake after conversation, long conversation, so, which is funny that Search was talking about Rhode Island. Because that's the school that I would like to see Che go to. I don't know. And I don't care where he want to go. But I don't know, with all that Rothschild energy, that's giving slave ownership. Giddy. Yup, we all about to be harassing her. Yup, one in, all in. Right. The tarantula. Like, what? I said, because it was not too long ago that we weren't fond of the tarantula child. I'm like, a tarantula? First of all, I said, he black or white? He's black, Mom. What? And he went to prep school like me. Okay, so he's black, white. But you can't just be bringing certain animals into a house that you're sharing with people, right? that was totally a thing. I felt away, and Jalen was like, "Bruh, I'm good. I don't care. I don't really care as long as he keeps it in his room until it crawls out." Oh, I love this. Read. Strong and wrong, and your child is the one in the wrong. Loud and proud, and your child is the one in the wrong. And she refused to co-sign. Me and the other parent, we co-signed for our kids' lease. She refused, but then your kid is a 26-year-old. Why is he living with 20 and 19-year-olds? There's a reason. But there's a lesson for Jalen. When you pick up people, these are questions like, why does this 26-year-old want to live with me? I mean, I know I'm a good kid, but wouldn't he want to live with kids his own age or young adults his own age? Let that be a lesson to you guys that got kids that's going to school at some point, how to pick, give them this example of what happened to me, how to pick a roommate. Right, Tika, I was there. I got a little choked out myself. Yup. We all witnesses. Taurus rules the neck. If he didn't deserve that, better study the second cosmic house. In the words of Rick James. Y'all is up. Yup. I want a Jersey Shore apartment. You can have this one once football season is over. Because then he'll be back to driving himself an hour and a half each way each day. But I don't want him being tired on that road. I don't know if Rhode Island is quiet. I don't know much about Rhode Island. I know a lot of the drug dealers from Astoria Projects moved there. So I'm thinking there's got to be a part that they feel safe. They done found some neighborhood that they feel they can blend in.
Isn't that where Alpo went?
Is it?
Yeah, that's where he went before his demise. That's where he was up there, apparently.
Are you sure? I thought he went down to like Virginia.
No, I heard he went north to Rhode Island area.
Got to be more careful. But anything thank you, Miss C. Anything I suggest, they go the opposite of. Anything you suggest for the Al, let me tell you about the tarantula. I don't want to say that's why I never visited. I ain't visit because I'm trying to get Che and Che's not the kid that you can say, I'm going to visit your brother. Make sure you get up for school on time. Only person I know from Rhode Island is Claudia Jordan. Alpo went to Maine. Diane, did you get my cash apps? You know what? I didn't check none of the cash apps, Diane. If so, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, I sure did. Okay, I got a couple. All right. Okay. Thank you thank you, Chris. Little cup water donation. Georgiana, thank you. Oh, Diane, thank you. She said, great show today. Oh, thank you. Ken, Giddy, I'll split it with you guys. Thank you, Sabrina. Che Bella. And Nick Music, thank you. Appreciate you always. Thank y'all. And whoever sent the Zells, thank you too. Now, you know what I tell you? Please call over the nationwide bus charter. And even if you just say, Nick, I just wanted to let you know that Jonesy holds you down. You ain't got to reserve nothing. I mean, if you could make a reservation, that goes a long way too, to the renewal. But if just to let him know that we hear your company all the time and my family's thinking of having a reunion or a holiday party and we might be calling you soon, please call over there and say something. So tell them how Jonesy's always speaking fondly of your company. Keep up the good work. Keep keeping people safe. Jonesy tells us y'all got the safest drivers. They mind their business and they stay alert to the road. Make my fish. Go there, give your business card, and your business might get picked at the end of the week, get a free interview and free advertisement on Jonesy. Somebody's bound to see it. In the words of the white man, what do you have to lose? Le Cool Champagne, First Lady Rosé. Ask for it at your clubs. Ask for it at your birthday parties. Come on, Taurus. Come on, Taurus. If they don't have it, tell them they need to get it. Because Miss Jones, Pink Champs, and R&B Divas New York are coming through. And if they want to be a part of the Be Seen Your Club in the show, why? Because you had that First Lady Rose out everywhere. If they want to be down with the get down, they better get down before the price goes up. Thank you, Lake Cool Champagne. Thank you, Khadijah. Thank you, Hakeem Muhammad. And Carla's Kids. Do we have a Carla's Kid of the Day? We do. Carla's Kid of the Week. Carla is a daycare owner, but her school goes beyond normal daycare, and she actually gives a damn. I've gone to the school. I've toured the school. She pours in. She does above and beyond. She also helps other schools when they don't have enough food to feed the kids. She has a license to be able to go in and provide food. So this is why I say I fuck with you, because you helping the next bitch school live and survive, right? So let me get the Carla's Kid of the Week. She's also a sponsor of Pink Champs. We got a lot going on this weekend with Pink Champs. And the thank you, Anita. Let me see. 2 extra large sweatshirts and 1 extra large t-shirt. Okay. Carla's Kids. Let me get the kid up. So last week we had Paris, and this week we have coming in this week as Carla's Kid of the Week is Tommy Paulino Sosa. Tommy only spoke Spanish when his parents enrolled him in the kindergarten program, and he learned English in 2 weeks. What are you talking about, Tommy? Okay? No. Tommy completed kindergarten and is currently in the 1st grade, but learning on a 3rd grade level. So we at Jonesy in the Morning, we salute you, Carla's Kids. We salute you, Tommy. Books before broads. He's just a baby. You never know. It's never too young to teach them. Books before broads, Tommy. And this is a picture of Tommy. Oh, Tommy. Oh. Where we pour into the next generation of Pink Champs. Pink is a universal color. So hush. That's Tommy. Hey, can you clip this so I can send it over to Carla and she could share it with their families? And on that note, he went to Rhode Island Witness Protectors. Oh, God. That's why. Giddy, you were right. Has anybody in here ever been to Maine? And if you have, would you go back? You heard about a car explosion in New York City. I didn't, but I heard about the woman that fell in a manhole and died. Did y'all hear about that? She parked on 56th Street. I think it was 52nd or 56th Street on the east side. Got out of her car, stepped on the manhole, which they said later on a truck rode over it and moved. It moved. So when she stepped on it, she went straight down. And the man that heard said, he heard her yelling, "I'm dying, I'm dying," as she was falling down, and they got her out, but she died at the hospital. In a whole Mercedes truck, probably just came from praying during her lunch hour. You just have no idea. Oh my God. Oh, thank you, Ray, for the super chat. You know, I missed all the stuff because I was trying to let him talk and I don't want to interrupt. But thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, everybody that sent the super chat. Thank you. Maya, I appreciate that. Look at that. Get my superhero music up. She said, I am truth. The people's champ. Thank you. Eric, you heard your question be answered, or did you jump off? Providence. Yup. When is the live studio audience going to open up for spectators for Pink Champs, Jonesy? Kim, one thing at a time. And then the things I want y'all to come to, y'all don't. So do we do a Pink Champs live at Comedy in Harlem next month? Will y'all come for that? If I do a live episode of Pink Champs at Comedy in Harlem in June, will y'all Negroes show up for that? Because after that, I'm not trying with y'all no more. I'm going to start throwing events and charging y'all bottle service just to sit down. Like all them other raggedy half-ass thieving as client poaching promoters do. And I don't care if you ain't here listening either. Right? Thank you, Al, for supporting little Tommy and Carla's kids. The manhole shit is crazy work. That's why people laugh when I go all the way around the grid. I go around manholes, and I go around grids. I don't even want to walk on them two things that you open up from the cellar doors. Nope. Oh, what's down in the manhole to electrocute her? They said she was unresponsive when they took her out the hall. Oh my God. She fell straight down. No chance to. And is the family going to be able to sue the truck company or the city for that? All right, Arthur Melendez, Kim, Amazon Mom, Al. All y'all said, Georgiana, some of y'all hold me down regularly, and I love you for that. And thank you also for your donations today. Yes, we got June 9th in Queens, but what date would that be? I would definitely be there the third Thursday. Yep. All right. So it'll be official. We're going to do Pink Champs in Harlem. One night only. And we'll see how it goes. And then if it goes, then we can do that once a month. Skylark is the 29th, I think. Whatever that Friday is. It's almost 12. I'm going to wait till 12:12 so I can catch that number. Gideon, am I keeping you over? Don't feel obligated because I can hit my own sound effects.
No, I'm good.
All right. The birds good? Everybody good?
Yeah, everybody good over here.
Birds minding their motherfucking business. It was a lot going on today. I only went to Maine twice for my cousin who was at Phillips Academy. I didn't realize Phillips Academy. I thought that was in. Boston. Is that Andover that's in Boston? Okay, good to know. Nope. I don't even want to walk on the street themselves in New York. I want to just continue floating like I do when I'm in Jersey. Just floating through. Can you do it on a weekend? On a Saturday, I can't. Everybody should pay that lady's family. Do the comedy shows in Jersey. Jonesy giving us breakfast and lunch today. Yup. Y'all get them cash apps coming. This is overtime now. Time and a half. So if you were sending $1, you got to send 2. You were sending 5, 10. Going to jail tonight. So funny. I'm gonna get my son. Andover's in Massachusetts. Okay. Phillips Academy is in Maine. Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, I'm about to I can't commit on the weekends because we're doing football camps and college visits and the season is about to start and I can't really commit to Saturdays. I know, Al. It's just that my weekends are unpredictable. Aside from the weekends when I know I'm doing stuff. But that's it. I got to get my ass out of here. Thank you, Regina. Regina be listening. Today was a lot. I'm afraid to try the washing machine because every time I try it, when it's supposedly fixed, it fucking floods the floor again. Did I tell y'all that my insurance is not covering? That's tomorrow's show because I can't wear myself out. I can't. It just made me, that's probably why I went down there to the Jersey Shore and just balled up. That goddamn progressive. Fuck progressive. That's why everything's a claim. Nope, I'm not going to work it out with the other driver. I don't care. Y'all raise my rates any motherfucking way while I'm asleep. Oh, thank you, Big R. Ah, thank you. Yup, they won't cover. But I'll tell y'all tomorrow. I can't, y'all. I can't. Not without the assistance of cup water. And I can't do cup water because I got to go visit my clients today. Yup. All that home site insurance scam. Maybe you can do a live stream for a fee so you can monetize those of us willing to support but can't make it. Oh, maybe. Eric, you're going to have to arrange it. And find a promoter. Because I'm going to have to come and recreate the set. Eric, I'll come. They would eat pink champs up down there. And then down there, I can get the artists from Atlanta. And the ones that are down there. I think Allison Williams is down there. She's in North Carolina, though. Hey, Amazon mom. Wait, you talking to who? Wait, you saying it to me? No. You talking to, who you talking to? Yeah, Natalie, I can't give my Saturdays away. It's impossible. Unless I'm going to South Carolina with Eric to do pink chips. Oh. All right, my loves. Is there anything else I needed to tell you guys? If you need me, you could email me. Right there, Booking Jonesy. I have Progressive and you right. Every time you make a claim, they raise. I hate that. I have Geico now. They're going to do the same thing. I'm not putting on that you're going to need a claim, but they do. They all do the same thing. It's like they take your money for years and years and years. And that goes for nothing. All the years that you were good and and didn't have to tap into it. And then the one time you do, they raise the roof. I don't like that. I don't like that. Y'all have a good day. I told you I'm going to talk till 12:12 so I can catch that number and that prayer with y'all. I think I need a banana. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll heat up what's them rolls I got last night from Tops? God, that spaghetti it was too much. It was too much. It was heavy. Tops has the spaghetti that has chopped up short ribs, chopped up oxtail, sausage. It's a lot. It was a lot. I took one thing and was like, I can't.
That sounds good.
I know but it was a lot, Giddy. It was a lot. Insurance changed the rules dramatically after the pandemic. Even Geico's acting funny. Been with them since '98. Yep.
It must be the time that everybody get rid of Progressive because They doubled up on my order, and I found somebody yesterday that's half price of what they telling me.
What? Yeah, then it's time.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And then the funny thing is, I'm talking to the progressive person, and she's like, "Well, you got to watch out for people when it's time for claims. Y'all don't like doing claims." What?
Wait, Quanell X. What story is that? I think I have that story. We didn't get to any of our stories today.
I don't see what you're looking at.
No, someone texted. Someone put it in the chat. Did I speak on the Quanell X story? Al, remind us, refresh. It's the only live. I look forward to see you in the morning. Oh, thank you, Amazon Mom. Yes, we both trying to figure out a button over here and a button over there. Top Designer or Skylark? No, Top Designer I went to last night just to get dinner. Skylark is the 29th, whatever that Friday is. Y'all got Memorial Day plans? Because it's supposed to be raining on Monday. Wait, Ann C said, I have a clean driving record, no tickets, nothing, and here we go. And they added my son. Yup, without even giving you a heads up. They added my husband. I never even told them motherfuckers I was married. I simply was calling with a, what if I got married? What would that look like? If he drove this and he drove that. Them bitches went and added him for months. I didn't even know because it was just directly being withdrawn. Then when shit got thick and I started looking for money that was disappearing, and that's when I realized it. And I was like, how y'all just arbitrarily putting a person on somebody's thing? You don't know. And they said, well, we have the right to, based upon recorded conversations that you had when you called in here asking questions. I said, but that was hypothetical. They said, then prove he's not your husband. And I did. At that point, that marriage was over. So I sent over the divorce decree, but they wouldn't give me back my money for the months that they had billed. I haven't eaten at Skylark like that, so I don't know. But I hear people rave about the Skylark's food. Just don't get what Jodeci got that first time. But Tops has a more variety, and Tops is way more expensive than Skylark. So depending on what makes it better for you, the quality of the food or the cost of the food, Skylark is cheaper. Yep, they add it and make you find it and come back. You had spaghetti last night too. This spaghetti was a lot. Let me see if I can show you. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this. It was a lot. Like, I don't know what I was thinking. Eyes bigger than stomach. And this looks crazy. A whole sausage on top. Can y'all see this? Look at that. A whole sausage on top. A big old meatball. It looks like chopped ground meat. It doesn't even really look appealing. That sausage looked like my college boyfriend's pee-pee. Without the curve. So stupid. What? Because I said, let's the curve. Without the curvature. Hey, curve. That is a lot of food. We need to have a meetup at either Tops or Skylark. Hey, Kirby. Hopefully not ever again.
That's an idea. A Jonesy brunch meetup.
Right?
That's an idea.
And everybody had their own bill.
Sounds like a plan to me.
The lamb skirt steak is amazing at Tops. I looked at the lamb and I said, it'll be cold and tough by the time I get it home. Lamb is something you got to eat in real time, in my opinion. We can do Skylark in June. I have eaten at Brazil in Newark. Unfortunately, when I was married, or maybe before the wedding. But I have, and they come around and they slice the shit and keep coming around with meats and putting it on your plate. I love it. I love it. There were like 4 restaurants across the street from each other down in that area of Brazil. Is that the same one you talking about, Brick City?
They have one of those in Yonkers too.
It's called Brazil?
It's Brazil.
Wait, no.
In Ridge Hill.
There's a Brazil downtown Manhattan. Because I was taken there also. Wow, ex-husband shit. That was 3 things in one. He must be in here.
Uh-oh. He got his watchers.
Over the child. No, it's different. There's a place called Brazil's. I don't know if that's the restaurant y'all talking about. Place called Brazil's in Manhattan. And then there's Fogo de Chao up here at the the Garden State Plaza Mall. That's why I go every day for lunch. Thank you for and I get the lamb chops. And I tell them cut my shit, slice them up. So it'll be little 6 small, tiny lamb chops. And then they have this cute little bread, these little muffins, but they're not really muffins. I don't know what they're made of. And if you get there early enough, you can be the first at the salad bar. So you ain't got to worry. The only thing is they never have lychee martini. That's the only thing. You might be able to bring your own, make it from scratch, and just ask for a frosted glass.
And pour it from your bag.
Or from I have a
bangle. Flask.
It's a flask bangle. It looks like a big silver thing.
That's hilarious.
Oh, this is hilarious. Wait till I show you this. Oh my God. I'm ridiculous. I gotta come to my house to see all my toys.
Yeah, we always will come back to food.
It always
does. We always come back to food. We haven't been to food for a while, so we making up for it now.
This is so bad. So let me tell you.
Oh, did you hear the char grill closed?
What?
The char grill. Did you hear it closed?
I don't know what that is.
Over there by the water in Edgewater. Char grill?
I don't know what that
Never
is.
been there? Oh, they closed.
Look.
What's this?
You see this?
Uh-huh.
It's empty. You put your liquor in here. They give you a little thing. This is what it's for. A little thing so you can pour it in like a funnel, a baby funnel. And you pour your liquor in here, put the cap on, and put it in your bag. So when you go into MetLife and places like that, the Prudential, they're not going to stop you. And then this is your tampon. So you pour it in here.
That's crazy.
Put it in here and put it in your bag. And they'd be too embarrassed to be like, they're not even thinking.
Right.
So now they're watching and they're knowing. So maybe we edit this part. How about I just don't make it public?
That's inventive to think of those things to put some liquor in.
Go right to Amazon. Yep. And be like, I feel violated. Why are you pulling my tampons out of my bag? And they be like, drink it. What? Yep. Child, we had, and all of us had bags full. The Bergen moms. That's why we are down. I don't care what school my son is at. Chart House. I've never been to Chart House. We need a night yacht party. They closed on your birthday. That was personal. I would fight them if I was you. I'm just saying. Miss Jones sneak a steak in the movie theater. It'll be dry. I would, but it'll be dry. My flask is a silver bracelet. Yup, I got it. Mine is filled. I keep it on ready. Have either you tried an ahi tuna steak sandwich? No, but I tried ahi tuna steak for the first time at Bonefish Grill last week. The sashimi. All right, let's get ready to make a wish. So say a prayer and say goodbye. That's like saying go pee, say your prayers, and go to bed. Go pee-pee, go night-night. How dare you? Hey, Courtney, hey. Courtney, go pee-pee, go night-night. All right, 12-12, everybody. The end, right? Thank you, Big R. I don't throw boat rides anymore. I haven't. Those were casino boat rides. I don't fuck around with just boats. I remember we came up for a boat ride with Michael Basin and missed it. Oh, it was the best miss of your life? Why? I'd be mad at myself or whoever was with me. I'd have to blame them somehow for some reason. Everybody have a good day. Oh, Chart House is opening back up next year. Thank you for staying. Bye, guys. Love you. Don't forget tomorrow me to tell you the story about the insurance. Somebody write that down or put it in your phone. Thank you, Angela Benders. BubbaCon. Never been there either. Love you, Georgiana. I'll miss you tomorrow, but the rest of the class did not comply. I'll send you back, you and Elaine, back y'all money. Budokan. Okay. Have I been there? I don't remember. I've always wanted to. Thank you, Big R. Hip Hop just sent my tickets over. I hope I didn't get too many. Okay, talk to you later. And, oh, I got the Summer Jam lineup because my guy it's going to be at the Prudential Center. I don't know why. Y'all couldn't feel. Never mind. Oh, thank you, Georgiana. Pixie Diva, enjoy your day. Everybody, Tika, Al, enjoy y'all day. Thank you, Giddy.